Peresvet, Moscow Region, Oman Base, March 20, Tuesday. Daytime. Red, ready back one! I scream at the top of my lungs and fall to one knee, thereby reducing the possible area of destruction of my mortal body. I continue to look ahead, at the corridor littered with brick fragments and all sorts of small rubbish, with beige paint peeling off the walls, shreds of plaster hanging from the ceiling, and dark doorways without doors. From some of the ones left behind me, retractable shields with shot-through targets stick out. I do not lower the barrel of the machine gun. Just a couple of minutes ago, I myself explained this to the youngsters. Wherever your eyes go, there goes the barrel. And do not let go of the firing sector for a moment. With my left hand, I grab a new magazine from the unloading by touch. With the choke #Act 2, I click out the old one, and it, with a plastic rattle, falls at my feet. I insert a new one, and again, at the top of my lungs. Green! I rise from my kneeling position. I put the machine gun on safety. I pick up the magazine lying on the dirty concrete floor. The smell of burnt gunpowder hangs in the air. Green cartridges in the gray cement dust and dirt look like foreign bright spots. I turn to face the short line of 6 newcomers frozen at the end of the corridor. Clean and not yet dented, Gorkhas. Bright black bulletproof vests in olive, without a single scratch. Helmets with visors, identical government unloading vests. Rather useless, I must say, with inconveniently located pockets. True, I am wearing the same one now, a cheap Tarzan, but I have another one, much better and much more expensive. True, I only wear it in the Caucasus. Here in the Moscow region, the Tarzan is more than enough. Never mind. For the next deployment, we will order others for the guys, like NATO ones, modular. In the meantime, let's run around on tactics, and these will do. Red, green. In Special Forces, these voice commands indicate unreadiness or readiness for combat. Knocking out is a method of replacing a magazine in a machine gun, in which the old magazine is knocked out with a new one by hitting the magazine catch and the old magazine itself. The method is convenient because it is fast, but the knocked-out magazine falls to the ground. Gorka, field uniform for Special Forces, made of rough tarpaulin, with additional fabric pads on the elbows and knees for durability. Modular unloading. Unloading in the form of a vest or a belt shoulder system differing from a regular unloading vest by the possibility of arbitrary placement of pockets and pouches. Each fighter adjusts such unloading to himself, placing its elements where it is convenient for him. There are, however, some positive aspects to business trips to the Caucasus. We train constantly, every shift, if not on the road. But we don't have normal, serious training sessions that often. There's always something missing. The exceptions are rare but accurate joint training sessions with Vimple groups and the preparation period for the next 6-month Caucasian epic. And now, only 10 days before leaving for Chechnya, and our dear Glavk, having been generous for once, has given us a whole pile of various imitations for combat coordination training, and even thrown in some live ammunition for sighting in and bringing us to normal combat. How could we not take advantage of such luck and drive the inexperienced youngsters in conditions close to combat? So we drive until we roll off to Chechnya and let the young people sit at the base for now and train. Their mission is next year. Imitation is a general name for blank ammunition, explosive packages, and imitation mines. Is everything clear, or are there any questions? At the beginning of the line, a hand with a clenched fist is raised up. Well done. You've learned something.
What, Sergey?
What do you think? Will they send us to Moscow?
Yeah, shit.
Some kind of nonsense has been going on in Moscow since early morning. At first, when I was getting ready for work, with the TV blaring, it seemed quiet. But by lunchtime, riots had started.
And some strange ones at that.
And not massive, it seems. Not like the rallies of the early 90s. But, apparently, serious. Because the police had to shoot several times.
Shoot to kill, and that's very serious.
True. There's not a word about it in the news yet. Not even half a word.
And they called us at the duty station from the main directorate, announced readiness for a general assembly, and shared the good news.
Okay, if Swan Lake hashtag wasn't allowed on all the channels, we'll live. Hashtag Swan Lake is a ballet by Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky, especially famous for the fact that it was broadcast on all television channels during the August Putsch in 1991.
Who knows?
Unlikely. Moscow has its own OMON. 3,500 mugs. They'll probably handle it themselves. Don't worry, if some kind of trouble happens like a war, you won't miss it. Any questions on the topic of the lesson? Borya. After changing the magazine, you didn't insert a cartridge. Smiles begin to appear on the faces of the young people. How could this seasoned ensign Castle have screwed up like that? What are you talking about? I raise the 74th towards the nearest target, throwing the safety flag down as I go. Bam! The sound of a single shot hits my ears. The faces of the young ones lengthen. They haven't understood yet. Yes, the young ones are getting smaller. It was a different story before, when the detachment accepted only those who had served in the army, and preferably in hot spots. There was almost no need to explain anything to them. They already knew everything. All that was left was to conduct combat coordination. Believe me, I know. I am one of them. Actually, I start to say, it's a bit early for you. The goal of today's lesson is to develop skills in working in a troika when changing a magazine. While one is changing, two are covering. Plus, the basics of moving when clearing a building. But since you've noticed, I'll explain. A smart and experienced fighter always controls the number of cartridges spent. Only beginners and amateurs shoot before the cutoff. Catch. I throw the magazine I picked up from the floor to the sharp-eyed Seryoga. What do you see? There are 2 more bullets. Did you count them? No. During an assault, everything happens quickly. The reaction to any event must be instantaneous. Therefore, the head should not be occupied with any heresy, like counting shots. When loading magazines, I simply load 3 tracers after the first 3 rounds. Then, in combat, I see that the traces are running immediately change the magazine. And in the chamber, there is guaranteed to be another round. And that means, if at the moment of change, some demon unexpectedly jumps out at you from around the corner, then you will knock him down, even with an unfastened magazine. Understood? The young men nodded their wild little heads in unison, and the raised visors of their helmets swayed up and down. Well, great. And now, in order of numbers, we'll settle up for 2 troikas and show the old man what you remembered there. Are you sure you don't have any questions? If you don't understand something, it's better to ask now. Later, it will be too late. Keep in mind that the worst troika does 50 kopeck push-ups in full harness. My menacing tirade is interrupted by the wheezing of the radio station. Altai 11. Altai 1. So, Captain Kamenkov Roman Vladimirovich, our valiant company commander, for some reason urgently needed his loyal deputy platoon commander. 1. That is, your humble servant. Altai 11 on the line. Where are you? In the old barracks. I do tactics with the young ones. Put aside the tactics, take the fighters to the quarters, and run to the duty room. Got it, Altai 1. I glance at the guys. Okay, get your legs in your hands and run to the location. Looks like something happened. An idiotic thought flashed through my head. I hope it's not a coup d'etat. The last thing we need is another putsch on top of our trip to Chechnya. In the duty room, the duty officer, with his assistant, and the company commander are already arguing about something. Sweaty and flushed, huge, like a grizzly bear, the platoon commander-in-chief, Lieutenant Anton Tisov, stumbles in after me. The fool can see that he was lifting weights in the gym again. Good for him. He dumped the training of the young men on poor me, and then trudged off to the gym with the rest of the platoon. And I'm not offended. Honestly, lifting all sorts of iron is not my thing. But I've always liked tactical training, ever since my army service. And I'm good at it. There's no need to be modest. And I like messing around with newbies. They don't let your brains get rigid. Sometimes they ask you something that makes you rack your brains trying to come up with an answer. But Tisov loves iron tenderly, and it reciprocates him completely. I am not a frail child either. My height is 3 centimeters short of a D, and my weight is 110 kilos. But next to Ivanteevka, I begin to experience a powerful inferiority complex. Nature has generously gifted a simple guy from Uryupinsk, and he himself was not sloppy. From his youth, he put the shot, bench-pressed the barbell, and lifted weights. And now he has grown up to such an extent that it is scary to look at him. We look questioningly at Roma and the elderly, mustachioed major on duty, whom the entire detachment has long called simply Uncle Sanya. Both look, well, let's say, puzzled. What's happened? What a mess. Uncle Sanya sighs. Do you remember the old factory in Ivanteevka? That sewing shop? The one where they caught 500 Vietnamese guest workers last time? The poor FMS #officers were still running around like crazy, not knowing where to put them all. We remember. What? Are we going to catch them again? The owners probably just hired new ones. FMS, Federal Migration Service, a federal executive body implementing state policy in the field of migration and exercising control, supervision, and provision of state services in the field of migration. I answer the question, and it's as if a weight has been lifted from my soul. The coup didn't happen, which means I can relax a little. I report by voice. At 1450, the Ivanteevskoye Department of Internal Affairs received a call from private security officers that there were people sitting at the gate. There were 3 of them. The shift supervisor and 2 security guards, on duty, 2 on, 2 off. They don't go inside the factory building. Their job is to open the gate, but they suspected something was wrong. It turns out that the guests had been causing a ruckus in the morning. The guards couldn't really hear them. The walls were thick, but they seemed to be yelling. No one came running for help, so they didn't bother. This often happens there, the Viet Cong sorting things out with each other, but it never got to the point of serious problems. They'd yell for a while, and then stop. And then it was almost lunchtime, and the building was quiet. No one was going outside, and even the equipment wasn't making any noise. So their supervisor got ready and went into the building to check if everything was okay. And then suddenly he started shouting on the radio that he was being killed. Then he went silent. But shots could be heard from the building. Did the elder have a weapon? Yes, the official 71st Izak. What and how? It is not clear. In short, complete crap. The Ivanteevsky sent there 3 GNR, crews, operatives from the criminal department, and almost the entire duty company of the PPS. They arrived at the scene at exactly 15. They cordoned off the area, trying to establish contact with those in the building, but they do not climb inside. It's just some kind of catacombs. Shanghai in miniature. Izak 70 when is a service modification of the Makarov pistol, which uses a weaker 9mm cartridge, 9 by 17mm. Kurtz, GNR, is an immediate response group, a unit consisting of the most trained employees of the Patrol and Guard Service of the Internal Affairs Directorate, responding to the most serious crimes. Shanghai, it's in China, I think, I say thoughtfully.
Well then, Saigon!
Roma growled. Boria, you know how much I love and respect you, but shut up a little or I'll punch you in the face. Listen to the end. Everything is very serious there. So, Uncle Senya continued, in short, we received an order from the main directorate, full combat gear, heavy version, and to go and figure out what happened there. The Ivanteevka say clearing buildings and freeing hostages is not their specialty. Well, it's not ours, I think, I say. This is supposedly the Amish's job. Let Bulat or Riss call. Amshan, Special Police Force, currently SOBR, a special forces unit of the Ministry of Internal Affairs engaged in the fight against terrorism, the release of hostages, and the detention of especially dangerous criminals. Listen, stop wasting your time, smart guy, explodes the usually calm Uncle Sanya. We tried. There isn't a single free group in Riss. Just like in Bulat, and even in Alpha, or Vimpel, everyone is in Moscow. It's a complete madhouse there. The duty officer at the headquarters says the situation has gotten worse. Some psychos are attacking people. Judging by the fact that they don't feel pain, they're probably drug addicts, or maybe some kind of sect. They're being shot at with machine guns, but they don't fall.
Uncle Sanya, is that duty officer's last name Anderson by any chance? Isn't his name Hans Christianovich? Tell him he should drink less in the evening and eat more heartily. Yeah, the Duncan MacLeod sect, damn it. You can only kill them by chopping off their heads. That's complete nonsense.
Okay, that's it.
Roma interrupts us.
What's going on in Moscow doesn't concern us now. Our task is to find out what happened in Ivanteevka. They've already called the garage. The Pazik will be here in 5 minutes. The senior is Tisov. The combat group is 20 people. Only seasoned ones. Let the young people guard the base. It's too early for them. They haven't even completed the basic training course yet. Equipment, heavy version. Weapons, pistols, Sturms, Chapter 1 for everyone assigned to them, AK-74 for the rest. Let the snipers definitely take SVDs. You never know what might happen. The sergeants have already rushed to the warehouse for flashbang grenades, so there will be a box of Zorex 2. That's it. Formation in front of the duty room in 5 minutes. Time has started. 90 Sturm. 9A-91, also known as 9, is a compact assault rifle chambered for 9mm special cartridges SP5, SP6, and POB-9, which is in service with special units of the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. 90 Zorka is a slang name for the Zarya 2M flashbang grenade. What helmets should I take? The visor of the ZCH Chapter 1 sweats too much, and the visibility is also crap. Maybe we should take the masks, too? Okay, take masks. But you, Anton, obviously as usual in TIG, Tisov doesn't let him finish his thought. Pember 1 Z-H. Z-H 1.2. A helmet of the second protection class with a transparent polycarbonate visor. It is part of the standard equipment of the Special Forces of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Mask, also known as the Z-H1 helmet. An earlier version of the combat helmet for the Special Forces of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Unlike the Z-H 1.2, it does not have a visor. Yes, that's the kind of show-off he is. All people are like people. Only Tisov is not an RZ-H, but in a German one. At one time, with the big Chechen business trip allowances, he bought a Bundeshelmet for anti-terrorist units via the internet. It turned out to be a good helmet, although expensive. A bit similar to our Alten, in which the guys from Alpha work, but smaller, lighter, and more carefully made. The Germans know a thing or two about equipment. The TIG was worth every penny paid for it. And also, it had excellent mounts for various additional bells and whistles, like night vision devices or a video camera. There is no doubt that a camera is needed on the grappler. If something happens, and we have all the moves recorded, but carrying it in your hands is a serious problem. A person with a camera cannot act effectively on his own, and sometimes just gets in the way of others. And then such luck. The miniature camera was taken by the whole platoon chipping in, and now Anton is not only our platoon commander, but also our full-time videographer. Okay, time to get ready to hit the road, because 5 minutes, like in that song, is not much at all, but you need to do so much in them. There are, however, some positive aspects. The slide, unloading, mask, and knee pads are already on me, which means I don't need to change clothes. The tactical flashlight, again, is already screwed to the gas outlet tube. This is good for the American SWAT. Their flashlights are small and are attached to the Picatinny rail with a light click. Our flashlights are a domestic product. You can nail an enemy with such a flashlight on its own. And it is attached to the gas outlet tube of the machine gun with 4 bolts and 1 lock nut. The aesthetics, of course, are at the level of the cave age. But you can't tear it off, even if you try really hard. The guys in Chechnya experimented. They attached a GP-30 Dish West to a machine gun with a screwed-on flashlight and fired from it. And nothing. Even the flashlight didn't come loose. In a word, all that was left was to throw off the lightweight Coraza Universal of the 2nd Protection Class, in which I was trotting around the ruined barracks, and instead climb into the heavy Cora Kulan. But what to do? Although the Cora weighs 11-odd kilograms against 3 and a few kopecks of the Universal, it will hold an SVD bullet, with some luck, of course. Although, the ribs will break like dry branches, but here, the principle is simple. It is better to lie on a hospital bed than in a coffin. So, what else? Now, to the armory. Get 120 rounds for the Tiger, Starchok, and 2 magazines for it. Yes, gentlemen, my weapons are not simple, but personalized. More precisely, they have names. I don't tell anyone about this, though, or they'll think something's wrong and lock me up in an establishment with soft walls and gentle orderlies with the physique of bodybuilders. No, I don't want to. In fact, it's simple. The old man is my PM. It's really old already. Older than its owner, that is me, by a whole 10 years. I turned 31 last December. So count it. But despite its advanced age, my pistol is almost new. I got it from the warehouse. And before me, if anyone had fired it, it was only at the arms factory to bring it to normal combat immediately after production. And then they poured a thick layer of grease over my old man and sent it into storage, where it lay for more than 30 years, waiting for me. The story with the machine gun is also simple. It's also, to put it mildly, not new, only a year younger than me. Which, by the way, does not upset me, but rather pleases me. Under Soviet rule, everything connected with the army was taken very seriously. There was even a saying, In the USSR, they make two types of things. Some for the army, and others are crap. So, the advanced age of my barrels says only one thing, that they are made well. Okay, I got distracted. So, about the Tiger. Unlike the PM, it had already been in someone's tenacious paws before me. Perhaps it even managed to fight. But we must give credit to the previous owner. He looked after the machine gun conscientiously. Only for some reason he carved the word tiger on the wooden forend. So diligently, with even and deep letters.
At first I wanted to replace the forend, but, as usual, either laziness or reluctance. And then I got used to it. And so, the most ordinary AKS-74 number 591627 became Tigra. Obuvka, 40mm underbarrel grenade launcher. Quickly, as if passing a timed test, I load all 4 magazines, stuff 3 into the pockets of my vest, and immediately attach the 4th to the Tiger. I never take out the IPP and the tourniquet. They are always in their pockets. I pack the PM and the spare magazine into the tactical holster on my right hip and throw the machine gun over my shoulder, barrel down. Already leaving the quarters, I fish out an oil can, a pencil case, and a piece of an old sheet from the nightstand. I've already shot some today, but I didn't have time to clean it. It's no big deal. The drive is at least 40 to 50 minutes, so I'll clean it on the way. Through the window, I see a PASZ braking briskly in front of the entrance door to the barracks, the driver honking the horn, letting us know that their lordship is already here and is deigning to express displeasure at having to wait for us. Run, run, don't overexert yourself. Chapter 2. Yaroslavskoye Shosse. March 20, Tuesday. Deabud. Well, our driver, Vanya Puzanov, should have gone to work not in the riot police, but as a Formula One pilot. The PA Zedek, under his sensitive guidance, flew so fast that only road signs flashed before his eyes. Although, what's surprising? I've known Vanya for as long as I can remember, and thank God, I've known him for more than a year, 2 years, or even 10. We graduated from the same school, spent 2 years sitting at neighboring desks. He's always been a fan of high speeds. On a motorcycle, in a car, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that the speedometer needle goes down, the wind whistles in your ears, and the adrenaline boils in your blood. It's good that he joined the police. Otherwise, at best, he would have lost his license long ago. I'm sitting in the front seat, with my back to the driver and my face to the passenger compartment, finishing cleaning my trusty Tiger. I look around. Oh yeah, the riot police are on the way. A picture in oils. Anton, as usual, plugged his ears with iPod headphones. His beloved wife gave him one for his birthday, and that's it. The man is gone. Now I can't even talk to him. He's downloaded audiobooks from the internet and spends all his free time listening to science fiction. Right now, Night Watch by Lukyanenko. How do I know? Well, I personally downloaded these books for him from the local network yesterday. Yeah, damn. We are all such scumbags and copyright violators. Human rights activists don't label us enough. Muffled screams can be heard from the back seat. You stupid elephant! You yourself are a fucking stupid elephant. And your jokes are elephant-like. It's clear that the Utkin brothers, Sashka and Oleg, who proudly bear the nicknames Double One and Double Two, are having family squabbles again. The Utkins are a living legend of the squad. They are twin brothers, quite tall, thin, but sinewy, with thin, musician-like fingers. Even in appearance, they are frankly pleasant guys, smiling and friendly. If you meet them on the street, you wouldn't say that they serve in the OMON. They look more like violinists who maintain good physical shape and regularly go to the gym. With all this, the Utkins are not just OMON fighters. They are also snipers. Excellent snipers, by the way. They work in pairs, as expected, as a sniper pair. One is a shooter, the other is a spotter. Before the squad, the brothers served under contract in the 76th Pskov Airborne Division and were incurable fans of their craft.
No, many of us buy some equipment at our own expense, the kind that they will never issue, because it seems that it is not supposed to, but which can be very useful. Take that same Anton with his helmet, and my travel unloading cost me far from 100 rubles. But the doubles are something. It seems that they spend all their spare money on all sorts of sniper gadgets. What don't they have? Finnish-made shaggy ghillie camouflage, a tricked-out laser rangefinder, a mind-blowingly cool night vision device with some fantastically sensitive matrix, a portable weather station, and to top it all off, some truly extraordinary American loopholed sights, which they were able to attach to their SVDs only by buying special adapters from our mount to a Picatinny rail. The doubles tried to explain to me, an ignorant one, all the charm of the Americans and the degree of their superiority over the native homemade PSO-1, but I only remembered enlightened optics and mil-dot reticle. If only I could remember what that meant. Yeah, I'm a horseless gray. As Sonia, the eldest of the twins, aka Double One, accurately noted. Oh well, gray means gray. The main thing is that I give them orders, and not the other way around. On the same seat, not paying the slightest attention to the brothers' squabble, another legendary figure is dozing, his mouth slightly open and snoring. Timur Gumarov, a stocky Tatar of average height, is the only person I know who cannot be disturbed by even a grad battery operating just a couple of 100 meters away. Unless he is in mortal danger right now, it is impossible to wake Timur up, in principle. This has been proven many times. You can turn on music, yell right next to his ear, pour cold water on him. All this is useless. On a business trip, a night guard paired with Gumarov is such a tragedy that Sophocles would have strangled himself with envy. By the time you manage to wake up such a poor replacement, you will wake up not just the entire tent, but the entire base camp and about half of the Chechen villages in the area. You will completely lose the desire to sleep yourself, and Timur, most likely, will never get up. Such a unique person. In addition to this, he is also an excellent machine gunner, and just a good guy. Two bosom friends, Andrei Burov and Andrei Solika, listen to music from one player, having shared the earphones in a brotherly manner, one ear for each. Judging by the sounds reaching me, again some DJ Tiesto, or some other prominent figure of the club movement. It's strange, by God, grown men, both older than me, but they listen to God knows what, like pimply teenagers. Although, as they say, there are different tastes. Markers. Some like rock, others like progressive trance. Not some Kuchin, God forgive me, and that's good. Outwardly, our Andres are a living illustration of the theory of the unity of opposites. Burov is tall, almost painfully thin, but at the same time sinewy, as if woven from steel cables, with a bony face and sunken bright blue eyes. The first impression of him is usually not the most pleasant, and fundamentally wrong. Despite his appearance, he is a kind and correct person, and most importantly, reliable. Put him in a fight to cover your back, and you can rest assured, as long as he is alive, no one will hit you from behind. Soloka, on the contrary,
is more reminiscent of Carlson, who has lost his pants with a motor somewhere. Small, round, with a good-natured but cunning face. A normal, cunning hohol. He will not abandon his friends in trouble, but he will not miss his own benefit either. So completely different in appearance, but still somehow elusively similar. Both have served in the detachment almost from the moment of its formation. Both have been through the fire and water of both Chechen campaigns. Both are families. Burov has a growing daughter. Soloka has 3 children. A heroic father, damn it. Right in front of me, my old friend and, one might say, brother-in-arms, Leshev's Rivalkin, who actually bears the surname Ribalkin, was thinking about something pleasant, judging by the smile on his face. I have known him for almost as long as Vasya Puzanov. Lesha and I met in the army, on the very first day of service, barely entering the barracks. We went through KMB Prethel together, and went to serve in a reconnaissance company together. True, in the company we were slightly separated. I ended up in a fire support group as a grenade launcher, and Lesha in an engineering reconnaissance squad as a demolition expert. But in the first company in Chechnya, we fought side by side. True, after completing his compulsory military service, Lesha immediately went to OMON, where 4 years later, already during the Second Chechen War, he pulled me, who was still serving under contract. In OMON, Lesha took the position of an explosives instructor, and his level of training can be judged by his nickname. Lesha is capable of making a bomb out of anything, even a pack of table salt. And in the opposite direction, in the sense of demining, he is also good. KMB is a young soldier's course, the initial preparatory stage of military service. The rest are dozing, sprawled out as much as possible on the cramped leatherette seats. That's how strange we are. There, you see, a man was taken hostage, or maybe even killed, God forbid. Perhaps they'll have to free him by force, maybe even shoot. And we're sleeping. Although, if you think about it, there's nothing strange about it. It's the young and inexperienced who get nervous before a fight. They fuss and make a noise. But here we have tried and tested people. They've all served for many years. They've been on Chechen missions more than once. And all sorts of things happened there. Look, those same Andres survived the infamous Battle of March 2, 2000, when 18 of our guys died near Grozny. After that, a hostage-taking by a bunch of Vietnamese is child's play. And the rest of the people on the bus, indeed, can hardly be called newcomers. Seasoned wolves, beaten and battered, and, what is characteristic, beaten both by strangers and by their own. And if with strangers, in principle, everything is clear, why, indeed, would the Chechens treat us to tea and buns, then the situation with our own is much worse. For most ordinary citizens, we are just a pack of stupid goblins who offend poor child fans at football matches. We have long been accustomed to this, although this infantilism in people is surprising, to be honest. Is it really so difficult to predict how a meeting of fans of 2 rival teams will end if goblins do not stand between them like a wall? To predict, it is enough to, at least once, see a commuter train torn to shreds by these same unreasonable children. Which looks more like a train of the year from 1941 that escaped from a dense bombing. But why think about it when everything is clear? The cops are bastards, by definition. And we have long since come to terms with the spitting in our backs from our fellow citizens. It is harder to come to terms with it when the country whose interests you defend, risking your health and sometimes your life, spat fatly in your back. How many times our native state has betrayed us, and you can't count it off the top of your head. The beginning was laid by a very ancient story, forgotten by everyone except us, with the betrayal of the Riga OMON, who were guilty only of following orders. And then it became a habit. The first Chechen, when they simply stole our victory in Khasavyurt. Then the second, which seemed to have started cheerfully but ended with a fizzle. And everywhere it is the same. First they give orders and then, according to the circumstances. If everything went smoothly, the high command pins an order on its chest and condescendingly pats us on the back, saying, "Well done, keep it up." But if something goes wrong, and goes wrong, it immediately turns out that no one gave any orders to anyone, and the higher-ups were not even aware of the matter. And as usual, ordinary performers are appointed as scapegoats. From time to time, I look back at my past and wonder what the hell brought me to these galleys. Well, it would seem, how long can you serve a country that has betrayed you so many times and dragged you through the mud? However, I still serve, and all my comrades serve. Apparently my first company commander, who forever remained somewhere on the streets of Grozny, filled with black and red, burnt to the ground. Armored vehicles and littered with corpses was right. The motherland and the state are far from the same thing. Let's face it. Our state is vile and cowardly. I can't stand it. But I love my motherland. And if necessary, I am ready to die for it. For it. For my family. For my friends. Yes. Even for these two pretty young girls at the bus stop, who just waved at me. Meanwhile, our bus turned off the Yaroslavskoye highway and sped past a tall gray-blue building with a mysterious Delphin Group sign and white silhouettes of two dolphins on a blue background. With a blaring siren and a flashing chandelier, it sped through the eternal traffic jam in front of the overpass over Yaroslavka, as if mockingly, violating all the speed rules, flew past the traffic police training center, and drove into Ivanteevka, once again scaring the gaping drivers with a siren. Our jet Pazik, screeching its brakes, fits into the turn and leaving the Zhuravli on the left side, flies up to the gates of the Ivanteevka fine cloth factory. Cranes is a monument to the residents of Ivanteevka who died during the Great Patriotic War. Ivanteevka, March 20, Tuesday evening Makwida. Well, the fact that something happened here is visible to the naked eye. Dzerzhinsky Street, where the factory is located, was never very wide, and now it has become completely impossible to drive along it. It is blocked in both directions by the traffic police Subarus, packed with people and special vehicles. Near the checkpoint booth made of browned, once bright red brick and wide-open double-leaf iron gates, there is a crowd of 20 to 25 people in gray police uniforms, with officer stars of varying numbers and sizes on their shoulder straps, and a dozen people in civilian clothes, apparently criminal investigation officers. All are armed, mostly AKSU machine guns, which are called either the affectionate nickname Ksyucha or the completely unpleasant bitches in the ranks. Depending on the circumstances, depending on the situation, although several of them have Keter submachine guns hanging on their shoulders, but the fact that such weapons are frankly unusual for these people does not raise any doubts, even at first glance. Clearly, the Staff brothers, as they say, they gathered everyone they caught for the crowd. And why didn't they grab the girls from the HR and accounting departments? Right in front of the checkpoint, there is the same paz as ours. Several Zhiguli of the 14th and 15th models in police colors, and two white gazelles. One with a blue stripe along the side and the inscription UVD Ivanteevka, duty unit. The second with a red one, ambulance. A little to the side, near a dark blue X3 BMW, two gentlemen in almost identical black leather coats are standing imposingly, under which, undoubtedly, are hidden black formal suits and ties. The gentlemen are holding black leather folders again, and their faces are filled with tired disgust. Well, it's hard to confuse the prosecutors with anyone else. Damn it, the Gwynpins have come here again to find fault. It was to combat such people that we actually got a regular video camera in the platoon. Such men in black won't even think of helping in any way, but they can easily do something nasty. Get out! Run! Tisov commands in a loud voice. With a thud of boots, weapons, and armor, we jump out into the street through both doors of the bus. Well, now it will begin. First, we will crawl around for a long time, and tediously, figuring out where it would be more convenient to break into the building. And the representatives of the Internal Affairs Directorate will take turns admonishing the Viet Cong through a megaphone, offering them to surrender and return the captured guard in a good way. And who knows, maybe it will work out. There was a precedent when, after a heart-to-heart talk, a terrorist released a hostage. True, the terrorist turned out to be a mechanic who had drunk himself to the point of green gnomes armed with an ancient hunting double tool, and the hostage was his equally drunk but guilty of something drinking buddy. But here, judging by the fact that the guard shot at someone, the situation is much more serious.
And so the doubles will now climb to master the roof or the upper floor of some high-rise shack nearby. Although there is no particular sense in this, the three-story factory building is not only old, pre-revolutionary, and this already implies the presence of high ceilings. The ancestors did not like cramped spaces, but also industrial. The height of each floor is probably 6 meters, and the narrow windows are at the top, almost under the ceiling. And they are also curtained with all sorts of rags or boarded up with plywood and cardboard. This is already the guests from Southeast Asia who are concerned. Blackout, damn it! It will definitely not be possible to see anything through them. But still, the sniper pair must take up position. It is required. And it looks like we will have to clear this Saigon, and seriously, and not like last time with jokes and gags. We approach the checkpoint. Among the gray police peacoats, 2 figures stand out, in dark green overalls, with huge, garish chevrons on the sleeves, and really stupid black octagonal caps, with huge cockades, like the American policemen from old films. Obviously, they are security guards, subordinates of that poor guy who is hanging out in the factory building. We should start with them. Maybe they will tell us something important. Meanwhile, Anton approaches a lieutenant colonel standing near a police gazelle. He's wearing an expensive-looking winter jacket with astrakhan collar and a cap, with a very high crown, like a Gestapo officer's. Of course, we, simple working-class guys, can't compare to their lieutenant colonel's lordship. Their jacket is custom-made, from a tailor's shop, and not from the warehouse of the regional police department. I wouldn't be surprised if the peacoat isn't made of synthetic padding, but some kind of eiderdown, and the collar doesn't look much like synthetic either. It could well be real lamb. Damn it, he's a dandy. His face looks familiar. I think he's one of the deputies of the local police department. But for what department? Kill me, I can't remember. Omon Platoon Commander, Lieutenant Tisov. What do you have here? It's been a long drive, Lieutenant. The Lieutenant Colonel didn't even bother to introduce himself in response. Oh damn, we've arrived. You can tell by his face that he's not only a fool, but also in character. While you were driving around, we almost managed to get here ourselves without your blockheads. What do you mean, almost? Anton squints unkindly. It seems he didn't like the Lieutenant Colonel's expression either. Can you be more specific? What can I say more specifically? The underground is positively beaming with stupid self-satisfaction. We have guys in the GNR who are even tougher than you. They'll figure it out themselves.
From the expression on the platoon commander's face, I can tell that right now, more than anything else, he wants to speak out on the subject of the mental abilities of some of the command staff who send their subordinates to who knows where, without proper training and equipment. Who knows, maybe he would even express some of his thoughts out loud, in a more or less correct form. But then, from the factory building, random machine gun fire was heard. Frantic, in long bursts, almost half the size of the store. A silent scene. The staff at the gate, their mouths open in surprise, freeze like biblical pillars of salt. The stately prosecutors quickly hide behind their jeep. Damn, what a powerful instinct for self-preservation these rear rats have. And the machine guns in the building are firing so hard that their barrels melt. Holy shit. It looks like those guys got into something there.
And they got into something serious. Whatever you say, the guys in the Ivanteevka GNR are pretty normal. Adults, smart, and pretty well trained. We crossed paths with them on missions in Chechnya, when we were reinforced by a joint police detachment gathered from all over the region. And here, only people who are scared to death can shoot like that. That's exactly how I once fired, into the wide world like a kopeck in my first fight in my life. I can't even remember the details. I was so scared. What happened there that several seasoned adults got so scared? Shit. What was I going to do there? Walk around and look for a convenient place? Yeah, right. Found it already. Now it looks like we'll have to break through at random, and at a very fast pace. The platoon commander, apparently, is having the same thoughts as me. He gives the lieutenant colonel such a look that the latter's head simply sinks into the light gray curly collar of his dandy jacket. Well? Anton growls at him. The lieutenant colonel apparently decided that he was about to be beaten, became frightened, and pulled his head into his shoulders even more, finally becoming like a frightened turtle. Listen, clown, Antaka explodes. Who's in charge here? I. The head slightly raised above the collar still croaks in fear. So maybe you'll give us a command already? We can't act without an order. The prosecutors will eat us up without salt later. Lieutenant, do something! The lieutenant colonel, who had recently been so confident and smug, bleats in confusion. Of course, if something goes wrong, the shoulder straps will fly off his shoulders like a catapult. Is the order clear? Follow me! Anton barks and runs through the hospitably open gates into the factory yard. The whole crowd of us breaking through after him like an armored herd, dividing into troikas as we run, and reorganizing into battle formation. It's about 100 meters from the checkpoint gates to the factory building. About halfway there, blocking the wide asphalt area and climbing onto the lawns, are 5 police UAZs parked sideways. 2 of them have PPS written on their doors. The other 3 are brand new hunters, apparently GNR crews. Behind them are hiding about 12 confused peps, armed with the same ksukas, with the ranks from junior sergeant to sergeant major, staring in fear at the dirty brick building of the factory. Peps is a slang nickname for police officers from the PPS, Patrol and Guard Service Unit. How many of them went in there? How long ago? Tisov shouts to them as he runs. 9, about 15 minutes ago, one of the sergeants replies. We run up to the front door. Fuck, those bastards replaced the door, Soloka hisses angrily. And indeed, instead of the usual wooden door that was here on our last visit, and which we tore off its hinges with a couple of good kicks, our way is blocked by a welded, homemade piece of iron painted black, and with an electronic combination lock too. Damn. Here it is, experience is the son of difficult mistakes. Oh, what nimble and smart employers our Vietnamese brothers turned out to be. They fixed, damn it, the shortcomings discovered by the inspection. Maybe it's not locked? Gumarov pulls with all his might on the handle welded from a corner. Yeah, right. And in the building, the machines continue to pound away like a flock of crazy sewing machines. Your mother! What's going on there? Burov can't stand it. What's the lock code? I yell at the top of my lungs, turning to the crowd of staff members huddled in a daze near the gazelle. However, my colleagues are clearly out of their minds and don't seem to even understand what I want from them. Only one of the choppers figures out surprisingly quickly what is required of him and shouts a 4-digit combination in response. I poke my finger at the buttons. The guys behind me click the safety flags and clank the bolts of their machine guns, turn on tactical flashlights. Tisov, in addition, adjusts the camera on his helmet and turns on recording. A thin, nasty squeak is heard. Open. I open the door and look back at Antoka. Well, let's go. In threes, he commands, and we burst onto the platform of the stairs, leading up, poorly lit by a dim 40 bulb, where the machine gun bursts are becoming less frequent, and single shots from PMs have already begun to pop. Okay, I'm all set. All unnecessary things out of my head, away. All stupid questions and speculations about the situation, too. The purge does not like the thoughtful and slow ones. Purge is a matter of reflexes, skills, and quick reactions, especially if you are going first, and I am going first. Behind with their machine guns spread out in a Christmas tree to the left and right, not lagging behind like a forked shadow, the inseparable Burov and Soloka glide. We do not linger on the first floor. There is nothing special for us to see here. I remember this from my last visit here. To the left of the main staircase are 2 huge empty halls, which apparently used to be workshops. And now there is a thick layer of dirt on the concrete floor and small debris in the corners. Only in the second, there are several coils of cable and long rusted water pipes piled up in a corner. To the right is a toilet-type outhouse, as the brilliant Papanov once aptly noted. It's coming from there, accordingly. No, the first floor doesn't interest us now. Everything is happening on the second. Although, this doesn't mean that we'll just ignore it. And what good is the closing troika to us then? Let it cover the rear. And we hire. In general, passing stairs and corners are almost the most difficult moments of any clearing. In other circumstances, we would have climbed slowly and carefully, each holding his own observation sector. Now ours are already at the top, and they are fighting. This, of course, does not mean that we can rush up without looking around. But there is no longer any need for covert movement. Therefore we climb to the second floor, albeit with caution, but running. Again the landing. The stairs leading to the third floor are immediately, without any command, taken under control by the 4th troika, which became the closing one after the 5th remained to cover our rear on the first floor. The roles in this play have long been assigned, and all the actors, that is, us, know them by heart. On the second floor landing, there is only one door. Behind it, if my memory serves me right, is a gallery of 4 huge halls that used to be factory workshops, which have now been transformed into a hybrid of a sewing workshop, a dormitory, and a beehive. Almost all the free space is occupied by huge cutting tables and tiny tables with sewing machines. Only a child could fit at one of these. Well, or a Vietnamese. In the narrow passages lie huge piles of bales of fabric, thread, and tape. There are boxes with buttons, snaps, zippers, and other fittings. On a small patch near the entrance door, a huge pile of checkered occupier's dream bags, so popular among the shuttle traders, is stacked. They contain finished products, those same exclusive goods from Europe that fill the shelves of Cherkizovskaya, Konkovskaya, and other Moscow clothing fairs. And the walls,
Oh, that's a whole other story. You could say it's Vietnamese architectural know-how. The walls are covered in sleeping places like swallow nests. Try to imagine a stack of large boxes, about 1.5 meters wide and high and 2 meters long,
stacked against the wall, one on top of the other, in 4 tiers all the way to the ceiling. Can you imagine it? Now add a door that slides to the side like a wardrobe on the front side. And inside there's a mattress, a pillow, and a pile of rags that replace bed linen, a small light bulb at the head of the bed, and a pile of clothes folded at the foot. And on the floor in front of the stack there are neat rows of slippers. Now you know what the homes of Vietnamese migrant workers look like. And it stinks there. No, that's not it. It stinks there. It's still not the same. Words can't describe that stench. Have you served in the army? Try to imagine a huge barracks in which a motorized infantry battalion of 4 companies lives. They live there without going outside, without washing their clothes and linens, without taking a shower, and without even opening the windows for ventilation. And they cook food in the same room, not really bothering to wash dishes or take out the trash.
And they've been living like that for months. Now imagine how it smells there. It paints quite a picture, doesn't it? The front door, by the way, is also new. And also steel. Fortunately, without a panel with buttons. But judging by the size of the keyhole, the mechanical lock here is quite impressive. The only way to open it is with a grinder or blast it with plastic explosives. One good thing is that they have already passed here before us, and the door is unlikely to be closed. I freeze for a moment, waiting for the signal that the troika is ready, and then I get a light poke in the shoulder from behind. The guys are ready. Well, if they are ready, then, as one great man once said, let's go. I press the door handle, and, pulling the door towards me, break in. What an amazing animal, a human being. How much you can see, hear, feel, and think about almost instantly if there is an urgent need for it. Have you ever encountered such an interesting phenomenon?
When you really need to, your brain starts working faster than any computer. But somehow, one-sidedly or something. What is important at the moment is recorded and analyzed instantly. But everything else seems to be filtered out. You don't even notice the rest. And now, it seems like I'm running at a brisk trot through the workshop, illuminated by the bright and cold, as if in a morgue, light of fluorescent lamps. Maneuvering between work tables, bags, sacks, and piles of rags. And my head works on its own. It smells strange here. No, it wasn't fragrant with roses and violets before, but now, in addition to the usual stench of stale sweat, unwashed underwear and socks, and the beloved Vietnamese delicacy, the very same fried pickled herring that has already become a byword, something else has been added to such a dive. Well, firstly, it now stinks strongly of burnt gunpowder, and secondly, this is where it gets complicated. The smell is very strong, so much so that it drowns out everything else, even the stench of gunpowder and the aroma of herring. But I can't identify it at all. Maybe acetone, or maybe some other caustic chemical. And there is also a very strong smell of fresh blood, this disgusting smell. Leaving a coppery taste in your mouth is hard to confuse with anything else. And I don't like it. I really don't like it. I run forward to the exit of the workshop without stopping or looking back. And what, strictly speaking, should I look out for behind? Behind, as usual, all 3 troikas, moving in a fan, comb the workshop. Ours is in the center. The remaining 2 are to the left and right of us, along the walls. Previously, the passage from one workshop to another was quite a decent size. A truck could drive through this arch without bending over. Now in its place, there is a wall of fiberboard with an ordinary wooden door. I freeze about 5 meters in front of it and, without taking my machine gun off the doorway, wait for the others. Behind me, a quiet stomping of several pairs of feet. The guys are pulling themselves up and lining up behind me and both Andres. Another light punch, ready.
I start from a standing start and swing the door open with a kick, as they taught me back in the army, just below the door handle. Or rather, I wanted to swing it open, but overdid it a little. The door turned out to be a little flimsier than expected, and together with the door frame, it collapsed onto the floor. I run into the resulting gap. The second workshop is an exact copy of the first, healthy and well lit. And, frankly, it's a shame that it's lit, because now this huge hall looks not so much like a morgue as it does like a slaughterhouse. Ugh, damn, how disgusting. As soon as I step over the threshold, I almost slip in a giant pool of blood that has flooded the entire space in front of the entrance door. It feels like they slaughtered and butchered a couple of large pigs here. A whole lake of blood. The workshop is a complete mess. Tables are overturned, boxes with small items are knocked over, and their contents are scattered across the floor. And even one section of sleeping places is torn from the wall and dumped on the floor. You'd think that a gang of drunken Makhnovists were frolicking here, denying themselves nothing. Calmly, and even somehow detachedly, I record the details of the delirium surrounding me. Torn to shreds of clothes, slippers, and some other junk are floating in a puddle. And in addition, there are scraps of entrails, scraps of meat, and even a hand, either torn off or even bitten off. The walls are covered in bloody splashes and streaks. In several places, smeared handprints are visible, as if someone tried to get up, leaning on the wall with bloody hands, but slipped. Damn, so cute. Did they tear someone alive apart here? Behind me, I hear muffled curses and a sound similar to a suppressed urge to vomit. It seems that I am not the only one who liked it here. Most of all, everything around looks like the scenery for a cheap horror movie. But you shouldn't try to calm yourself down. It won't work anyway, because everything around is reality. However, there are no people in the hall, neither living nor dead. Only the entire floor around the puddle is trampled by the tracks of dozens of pairs of feet. Why the hell were they all trampling in this puddle, dancing in a circle? They have interesting rituals in Southeast Asia, though. All the tracks, among which I managed to discern fresh, still damp prints of army boots, lead into the next hall, behind a wide double door that opens freely in both directions, similar to the doors of saloons in westerns, only full size. Both doors are also thickly smeared with bloody streaks and handprints. The shooting is heard from there. Well, that means we're going there. It is impossible to run quietly through the second hall. The plywood tops of the overturned and broken tables rattle underfoot. Small fittings fly out from underfoot in all directions with a jingle. Oh, I hope I don't fall over. Oh, he jinxed it. Judging by the loud slap and the quiet and short but very expressive curse in Tatar, Gumarov slipped on the buttons. He is generally a hot-blooded guy and a rare swearer, but he prefers to swear in his native language. Like, if no one understood, then it's as if I didn't swear. The door to the third workshop hospitably opens its doors to us. What, in the general opinion, should a brave OMON fighter shout when breaking into the room? Something like, "Everyone, face down on the floor. OMON is at work." Even if I wanted to yell something like that, I couldn't. The words got stuck in my throat, and I thought that the second workshop looked unpleasant. No, it turns out that everything is in perfect order with the second one. So what? Overturned tables, a pool of blood, and a pile of offal on the floor. But what's really unpleasant is here. The room is splattered with blood almost to the middle of the walls, and among the ruins of the smashed furniture lie corpses. Lots of corpses, at least 50. I have never seen so many freshly killed people in one place, and at one time since the First Chechen War. But there, everything is clear. Dudayev's palace was taken, and what's here? And the deceased, to put it mildly, do not look very good. They look like dogs have been gnawing at them. Like in Grozny, when stray dogs gnawed at the corpses of our soldiers until spring. The passage to the fourth workshop, an arch approximately 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, is blocked by an improvised barricade, an iron cutting table placed on its side. Its cover, a thick galvanized metal sheet, about 5 by 2 in size, now blocks the passage like a fence. To strengthen the structure, the table is supported by several large wooden boxes and 2 very battered young guys in torn and blood-spattered blue-gray urban camouflage, the kind that GNR policemen usually wear, in gray, kirasas, and with ksyukas in their hands. The third, a short, broad-shouldered, clean-shaven man of about 40, with the shoulder straps of a senior warrant officer, stands with his legs wide apart on the surviving table, with a sewing machine, and fires single shots from a machine gun over the barricade, somewhere into the depths of the fourth workshop. The boys, leaning their backs against the table, see us, slide down with relief and sit on the floor. One covers his face with his palms, and his shoulders begin to shake. It looks like he's crying. Everything is clear with them. They're just kids. Either straight out of the army, or they didn't serve at all. Alternative. Damn. The shooter standing on the table lowers his machine gun and turns to us. "What's going on here?" I hear Tisov's voice behind me. "Ass," the bald man says briefly, and somehow tiredly. "Do you have any ammo?" "I only have 1 magazine left." "I'm asking, what's going on? Where's the hostage? Where are your people? Why haven't you contacted me? Why the hell are you shooting at civilians?" "The hostage is over there." He nodded towards the corner, and right in the corner, his torso broken in a pose unimaginable for a living person. Like a puppet with broken strings, lies an elderly man in the same overalls with huge chevrons on the sleeves as the choppers at the checkpoint. Dead as a log. But the cause of death is unclear. His chest is all torn apart by a burst of machine gun fire. In the middle of his forehead is a larger bullet mark, clearly from a 9mm PMM bullet. And on top of all that, his neck is gnawed almost to the spine. How are we supposed to understand this? Any of these wounds is fatal. So where did all 3 come from at once? "There's no connection," the man continues. 3 of them had stations. They tore mine off the unloading, an indefinite wave of the hand behind his back, and ate the guys. I don't understand. There is uncertainty in Antaka's voice. "Fuck, what didn't you understand?" The ensign boils over. "You're a fucking goblin, a dumbass. You ate my guys. You ate them alive. With your fucking bare teeth. Do you think I'm crazy? Look for yourself." The ensign waves his hand once more towards the rubble behind him, turns away abruptly, and, changing the magazine in his axu on the go, returns to the barricade, from behind which a very nasty but familiar sound can be heard in the ensuing silence. Where have I heard it before? Motherfucker. Exactly. I myself just remembered Grozny in the winter of 1995. It was with this sound that the stray Grozny dogs ate the corpses of our boys. I jump onto the table from which the bald ensign had just fired at someone and look over the edge of the tabletop. I don't know how long I looked at the picture that opened up to me, most likely a few seconds, but it seemed much longer. I jump off the table and almost fall on my side. My legs are weak, and I, a fool, thought that after Chechnya nothing would scare me anymore. A mistake. "Antosha?" I call Tisov in a voice that's too calm. "Take all this off. Otherwise no one on the outside will believe us." I take a couple of steps to the side, and a powerful vomiting spasm literally twists me into a rocker. Wow. You, the hero of 2 Chechen wars, have been flattened. Anton, completely confused by what is happening, climbs onto the table without arguing. I see how he recoils back, and how his eyes widen. What? Commander, did it make an impression on you too? The platoon commander's nerves and stomach are clearly stronger than mine. He unhooks the camera from his helmet and starts filming handheld. That's right. The picture must be extremely clear and large, otherwise no one will really believe us. Because no normal person can believe a story about several hundred living dead wandering around the shop floor in the very center of the Moscow region in the building of the most ordinary factory. Why did I decide that they were dead? Because a person with his guts hanging out can't walk around the room without hurrying, tripping over those guts from time to time. And a torn carotid artery doesn't exactly contribute to life either. And with an arm gnawed to the bone, a person should bleed out very quickly. And judging by the state of his clothes, he did. But that didn't stop him from getting up. And their eyes. A living person can't have such eyes. Not even one who's high on the strongest drugs. Not even one who's drunk, so to speak. Some otherworldly creature that's escaped from hell can look at the world with such eyes. Death that's received a body can look with such eyes. And even that wasn't the worst thing. The corpses weren't just wandering around the shop. They were eating. It was hard to see through the crowd, but nevertheless you could make out islands of bent backs and heads twitching in time with the work of their jaws, and the sound of raw meat being torn apart by teeth. It cannot be confused with anything. I look around. All of our guys have already managed to climb onto the broken furniture and look over the barricade. Some of them are frozen, as if mesmerized by the terrible sight, unable to take their eyes off it. Someone followed my example and spilled the remains of breakfast and lunch on the floor. Anton continues filming. I take the Kenwood out of the breast pocket of my vest and approach the ensign. What channel do you work on? On the 3rd. Okay. I click the frequency settings. Oman group is on the line. The hostage is dead. The GNR has 6 200ths. We're leaving. End of communication. Having said all this, I switch the station back to our frequency. Now the whistle will begin on the air. What? How? Why? What can you say here? Here you need to show. 5, the ensign says, for some unknown reason. What 5? I ask again. 200ths, I say. 5. Why the hell do you think we haven't gotten out of here yet?
We still have a guy left in the shop. When the crowd pushed them away from the door, he managed to climb onto a rack. We need to get him out of there. I can see in the man's eyes that if we refuse to help, he will go and save his subordinate alone. Just as he is, with only one magazine in his machine gun. I lightly push Anton's thigh with my fist, still standing on the table and continuing to film the ghouls. Raise my head and look at him questioningly. Come on, Comrade Lieutenant. Decide. There's no one else here to give orders except you. I hear you. You're not deaf, he mutters, jumping off the table and hooking the camera back onto his helmet. Is he even still alive, your soldier? Gina, are you alive there? The warrant officer shouts towards the workshop. Yeah, I think I'm still breathing. A quiet voice comes from there. It's strange, like he's talking with his mouth full of unchewed food, or his tongue is moving badly, like after anesthesia at the dentist. And how do you feel? This is already Tisov. I feel bad. They chewed my forearm really badly and bit off a piece of my cheek. I put a tourniquet on my arm, but what should I do about my mug? The bleeding won't stop, and it hurts like crazy. You, Gina, be patient for a bit. We'll think of something now, and we'll pull you out. Try to get over to the door on top. Just be careful, don't fall down. What's your name?
He said this to the bald senior warrant officer. Vladimir. Anton. Well, let's get acquainted. The dialogue is suddenly interrupted by loud blows from the other side of the barricade, as if someone had started pounding the tabletop with their fists. Although we know who. Ghouls. 2 young policemen who were propping up the barricade when we appeared, as if on command, jump up from the floor and throw their whole bodies onto the table. Our guys, realizing what's going on, rush to help. It's clear that no one wants these creatures to move the table and drop in on us. They've come to life. The bastards. The ensign bared his teeth angrily. They seem to be completely stupid. They attack only when they see or hear. While we were sitting quietly behind this wall, they didn't even react to us. At first, when we had just turned over the table, they beat each other up, and then they went quiet. And now, they've heard voices and are breaking in again. You're really annoying, you bastards. Timur can't stand it anymore and, jumping on the table, he again makes a long and obscene speech in Tatar, and then fires 3 short bursts from his sturm behind the barricade. I don't get it. Save your ammo, lad, Warrant Officer Vova tells him. They only react to a hit to the head. When their brains are on the wall, they don't give a damn about anything else. And it's better to shoot single shots.
Or do you have an infinite supply of ammunition?
Gumarov clicks the safety switch, switching the machine gun to single-shot mode, and presses the folding butt more tightly into his shoulder, trying to aim more accurately. 5 quiet pops of shots, the clanking of shells on the floor. The blows to the tabletop stop. It seems that our brave Tatar has calmed down the most intelligent ghouls. That's a different matter. Timur, pleased with himself, climbs down from the table. So okay, Volodya, what do we have on these creatures? Asks Tisov. So, the bald ensign wrinkles his broad forehead, deep in thought. In short, these creatures don't feel pain. That's a fact. They don't react to any injuries except a shot to the head. They're terribly stupid. Look, not a single one of them thought to climb up the shelves after Genka. They only gathered in a crowd at the bottom, and they're not very fast. They're tenacious, though, like bull terriers. If they grab them by their clothes or an arm or a leg, you can't tear them off. And they start gnawing right away. Oh, and once they get their hands on the food, they don't react to anything else. That's the only reason we've managed to stay here. That seems to be all. Not a little already. So guys, drag some furniture to the rubble so that everyone can stand in a row on it. This one, by the way, will do just fine. Antok points his finger at the row of tables standing by the far wall, and therefore not very broken. Jinnah, where are you? Here I am. The voice from the 4th workshop is now much clearer. Having jumped onto the long-suffering table, I peer over the edge of the tabletop wall, trying not to look at the crowd of dead people. Damn, I feel uneasy from them. A disgusting sight, it even makes me shudder. Just think, I always liked Romero's horror films about zombies.
But naturally, these same zombies cause nothing but disgust.
Almost immediately, I notice a fair-haired and deathly pale guy in urban camouflage, heavily stained with blood, on the very edge of the top shelf of a tall metal rack. He really does look creepy. Through a heavily bleeding wound on his face, you can see his teeth and cheekbone. And one more bad thing. From the rack to the entrance to the workshop and our barricade, there are still about 20 meters, and a whole crowd of dead people. George Romero is an American film director who shot the 1968 horror film Night of the Living Dead, which essentially became the founder of the zombie horror movie genre. Gina, I say, if we clear the way for you, will you be able to run to us and climb over the wall? I can probably run there, but I doubt I'll be able to climb over it. I feel really bad. My head is spinning and I feel sick.
So then you two, Anton points his finger at Ensign Volodya's subordinates, immediately changing his plan of action. And you, Timur, you're a big elk. On my command, get ready to move the tabletop. As soon as the guy runs in, grab him in an armful and run to the exit.
Everyone else knocks out all the ghouls on that side who are near the rack and also knocks them out, right after those who carry out the wounded. Borya and both Andreyukas, you cover the retreat. You save a little ammo, so that there will be enough, and prepare a Zorka, or better yet, 2. The ghouls, although they are dead, but, apparently, not deaf and not blind, so they should like it. Any questions? What questions can we ask? We line up in a row on tables pulled closer to the barricade. We click the safety catches together, switching the machine guns to single fire. Timur explains something to the youngsters from the GNR. They nod and take hold of the legs of the cutting table.
Timur himself stands between two large boxes. Yeah, I get it. On command, our Tatar hero will move the boxes aside, and these two will drag the freed edge of the tabletop inward. I myself, in addition to everything, open 2 grenade pockets and straighten the antennae on the Zorkas. Both Andres do the same. Yes, we know that you can't do this, but as we know, when you can't but really need to, then you can. Well, are you ready? The platoon commander looks around our short line. Gina, are you ready? Yes. Then fire. Oh my, what a blessing that half of our guys don't have 74ths in their hands, but silent 9A91s. If everyone had Kalashnikovs, we would probably go deaf for a whole week. But as it is, it's for 4 days. No more. Despite the tightly fitting mask, the shots hit the eardrums with terrible force. I don't even want to think about what Ensign Vova and his subordinates are feeling now, who don't even have helmets. No, concentrated fire is a terrible thing. With 9 barrels, we literally sweep the walking dead from a small area between the rack and the barricade. Gina turns out to be a smart guy, and without any command but surprisingly in time, he falls like a sack from the top shelf to the floor. Phew! He landed on his feet, swaying and slipping a little. He runs quite quickly over a pile of bodies to the exit from the workshop.
Come on.
Tisov shouts at the top of his lungs. Timur literally throws the boxes away from the rubble. The guys from the GNR move the table, and Gina, running behind the rubble, simply collapses in their arms. It looks like the boy put all his remaining strength into the most important run of his life. The guys, grabbing their comrade, rushed like a bullet towards the exit. I nodded to Butov and Soloka, and the 3 of us jumped off the tables and stood in front of the hole in the barricade, changing magazines. Anton, green. Got it. Everyone out. The shooting immediately stopped, and everyone rushed out of the workshop. What did Vova say? Not fast? Something doesn't look like it. The first 3 ghouls, with their faces smeared with blood, I can't bring myself to call them faces, were quite nimble. No, they were slower than people, of course, but not much. However, a bullet is still faster, and all 3 fall to the floor like sacks, not even having time to move away from the rubble. But the 4th, fat and clumsy, badly eaten on both sides, with a bluish, swollen but clean mug, turned out to be a real slowpoke. Not only did he get stuck in the passage, but he also blocked the other's way. Let's move away, I command, and my inseparable shadows take off from their places. I continue to hold the gap in the rubble, and the dead man tossing and turning in it. Green! I hear Burov's voice from behind me. Great, the guys have reached the doors and are now ready to cover me. I run to the exit with acceleration as if I were running 100 meters, pulling grenades out of my vest pockets as I go. I slow down at the saloon doors and throw both Zorkas behind me. The Andres do the same, and 6 black and white plastic balls fly under the feet of the dead men climbing out of the passage, and we are already making our way through the sleeping places in the second workshop that have collapsed across the road. Yeah, if we hadn't gone deaf from the gunfire a little earlier, we probably would have had a hard time. The explosion of 6 Zorks at once is nothing. I hope it made at least some impression on the zombies, Almost at the exit of the workshop, having let my partners go ahead, I turn around for some reason. Damn, it's not for nothing that they say, curiosity killed the cat. Looking at the doors of the third workshop swinging back and forth, through which you can clearly see the dead people blindly poking each other, the walls and furniture, I feel my feet slipping on the disgusting bloody mess under my feet. Waving my arms and making the most absurd moves, I try to keep my balance, but I understand. It's useless. Now I'll just bathe in this swamp of blood and guts, but at the last moment, almost slipping, someone's hand catches me by the shoulder strap of my bulletproof vest. I turn around. Leshka Rybalkin is staring at me. Ugh, damn, that big boar, he pulled my bulletproof vest so hard that he almost dislocated my shoulder. Although, a dislocated shoulder is much better than swimming in this filth under your feet. Well, what about you, disco dancer? Have you shit yourself? You'll owe me. No problem, I owe you a beer. Thanks, Lech. The last two of us to fall out onto the stairwell. The steel door clicks with the lock's tongue behind us. The questioning looks of the guys from the troika blocking the stairs to the third floor are all ignored. Well, it probably wasn't much fun for them to stand here and listen to the shooting and explosions. But right now there are more important problems than bringing them up to speed. Volodya, do you have the key to the door? Damn it! The senior warrant officer is confused and annoyed. No, he was with one of ours. The one... Well, I don't have to finish. Oh, how bad. The lock, though huge, is simple. If it's not locked, you just need to press the door handle and the door will swing open. And outward. The situation. The same, Rybalkin finds the solution. Standing against the wall to the left of the door, he knocks off the handle of the door handle with a powerful kick and simply pushes the rod with the second handle remaining in the lock with his little finger inside, and it clanks quite loudly on the concrete floor. That's it. Everyone out. Damn it, carry him like a human being. Don't drop him, Anton says to the guys who are carrying Gina. Grab him under the knees from both sides so that he sits on your forearms and he hugs you by the shoulders. And run to the ambulance. Hey, down there, open the doors. We're carrying a wounded man. We pour out of the building into the yard in a friendly, organized crowd. It's noticeably dark outside. It's almost 6 o'clock after all. Another hour and a half or two and it will be completely dark. Damn, it's so good that all this filth in the workshops is blocked. Otherwise, the very thought of possible contact with a crowd of zombies on the street, especially in the twilight, makes me feel sick. There's a crowd behind the UAZ barrier. It looks like everyone we saw near the checkpoint ran into the yard to stare at us. Damn, everything is interesting to them, little ones. If they're so inquisitive, why didn't they come into the building with us? That's where they would have looked until they puked. Lyoka, I look for Rybalkin. Fly to the interceptors. They have laptops on the dashboard. They are actually for viewing databases, but Windows is installed. Which means Winamp or media player is there. Now Antoka will be here arranging a video review. And you? And I'll go and help Gena carry him to the ambulance. Otherwise, these kids will definitely drop him. They'll recruit kids from the ad, damn it. And the two of them can't carry 80 kilos. In general, of course, I'm wrong. After what I saw and experienced, even I feel a little weak in the knees. What can you expect from the boys? They didn't go into hysterics, and that's good. And these guys, in addition, fought back themselves, took up a sensible defense, and didn't abandon their comrade. They're really cool. True, I have a suspicion that if Ensign Vova weren't with them, that pack at the top would be crunching their bones now. But that doesn't diminish the boys' merits. When there's total chaos all around, not everyone can even just follow orders sensibly. I catch up with the GNR men, who are barely dragging themselves across the yard. One of them seems okay, strong, but the other one is noticeably tired, flushed, and breathing heavily. He's about to collapse. I hold him by the shoulder. Give me a sub-menu. You're tired. Thank you. The boy gives up his seat to me with visible relief. While we are carrying the almost unconscious Genka to the ambulance that is prudently driven into the yard and parked next to the UAZs, Tisov and Volodya have already approached the police gazelle and are explaining something to the lieutenant colonel and the staff members gathered next to him. I can just imagine how their faces will stretch in about 5 minutes when Rybalkin drags a laptop from the traffic police Subarus.
Okay, gentlemen, this is your commander's showdown, and we, little people, have no business there. As one movie character said, farther from the boss, closer to the kitchen. A pretty, petite woman of about 40 or 45 years old, wearing a short down jacket over a blue medical suit, comes out of the ambulance to meet us. She opens the side door for us.
Come here, what's wrong with him? A gunshot?
No, they bit me. They gnawed my left forearm almost to the bone, and my face, well, you can see that for yourself.
Animals?
Worse. I'm going to tell you something strange, and you just take my word for it. Well, at least try to believe it. We have evidence. They're going to show it to our superiors by the staff car. In short, he was bitten by the living dead. I can already read my diagnosis in the woman's eyes. But she is silent. A tactful woman. If I were in her place, I would have already said everything out loud, and I doubt that in a censored form.
Look, I know I look like a complete idiot, but I'm telling the truth. Help the boy, and we'll talk about confirming my words later, okay? For now, let's pretend he was bitten by a plague or rabid dog. Okay, the woman says calmly and starts taking out some ampules, a pack of disposable syringes and some other medical stuff from her suitcase, which I still understand worse than a pig in oranges. And I lean towards Genya, who is sitting in the gazelle. Well, fighter, how are you? Bad. It's okay. Medicine will fix you up now, and you'll be as good as new. Hang in there. Lightly slapping him on the shoulder, I head to the checkpoint, where a rather large crowd has gathered around one of the 15ths, and I can even guess what they are staring at. And already having moved a few steps away from the car, I hear Genna's quiet whisper behind me. Lord, I'm alive. How good. I'm walking towards the crowd gathered near the police gazelle, and the 15 pressed tightly against it. But some thought that hasn't fully formed won't let go of me. Do you know how it happens? It seems like I almost understood something, but that's almost. An idea is spinning in my head like a vague shadow, but I can't grab it by the tail and put it on the shelves. And this state really depresses me. Because all guesses are good at the right time. As Grandpa Lenin said, delay is agony. Wow. What kind of a commotion are they having there? I'm still far away and can't hear the words, but you don't have to be a psychic to figure out this pantomime. Everything is visible to the naked eye, the underfloor puffed up like a turkey, and the ensign burgundy with rage. And between them, an unshakable wall that doesn't allow him to use his fists. Is Lieutenant Tisov himself. Well, yes, the story is as old as the world. If the boss doesn't want to answer for his own mistakes, he needs to find a scapegoat. And our brave deputy chief of the Internal Affairs Directorate for God knows what decided that Senior Warrant Officer Vova was a perfectly suitable candidate for this role. But Vova, apparently, is strongly against it. I wonder how this will end. I want to come closer, but I am stopped by the silent but persistent vibration of the mobile phone lying in the sleeve pocket of the Gorka. I take out my old Nokia. The screen shows the subscriber DC. In general, during special operations, the duty tries not to disturb us, and if they call, it means it is for a really serious reason. I pick up the phone, and then all that remains is to listen. And near the police gazelle, passions are heating up. The tone of the dialogue between the lieutenant colonel and Vova has increased, and now I can hear individual words and fragments of phrases.
Moreover, if Vova is mostly swearing, then from the colonel I can hear sentence-like words: flagrant incompetence, criminal arrogance, put in danger, allowed losses. I don't get it. Is he talking to himself? No, it looks like he really decided to try to make the senior warrant officer the scapegoat. And the worst thing is that if he is Vas with the sweet couple from the prosecutor's office, and this is most likely the case, then everything could work out. Or rather, it could. Because the words that I now hear in the receiver of the mobile phone greatly change the whole situation. I tell the duty officer that I understand everything and quickly walk towards the arguing people. What the fuck are you, a slowpoke? Don't you understand what will happen if they break out of there? Volodya, enraged, yells in the face of the underfloor. They killed 5 trained armed men in 3 minutes. This den should be burned down with flamethrowers. But the lieutenant colonel, who has once again entered the character, is not interested in the words of his subordinate. He, like all such idiots, has his own, and the only correct, opinion on any matter. He turns to the captain standing next to him. The warrant officer is obviously not himself. Take his weapon away from him before he does anything bad, and isolate him. And you, comrade senior warrant officer, he almost spits these words out through his lower lip with disgust. Don't even hope that you'll get away with all this. You'll answer for everything. Oh, you bitch! I don't know what kind of martial arts Vova was involved in, but his right hook to the jaw was done superbly. Anton, too, couldn't keep up, and the lieutenant colonel, having lost his fancy cap, tumbled into the mud. Judging by Volodya's jerk, he wanted to add a few more kicks, but Anton didn't screw up. He intercepted the ensign literally on the fly, and, dragging him aside, began to explain something to him. It seems he was trying to calm him down. The staggering lieutenant colonel rose from the muddy puddle, holding his jaw with both hands.
He attacked a senior officer. You are all witnesses. Detain him. You will rot in prison, you bastard!
He probably wanted to add something else, but didn't have time. Because the butt of my machine gun hits him in the solar plexus. Short, almost without a swing, but very hard. Yes, for the first time since the army, I regretted that I had an AKS in my hands and not an old-style AK-74. It's much more convenient to hit with a weighty wooden butt with a metal butt plate. The oar. Although, with skill, you can get by with the folding frame of the AKS. It was as if all the air had been sucked out of the lieutenant colonel at once. With a quiet whine, he collapsed again into the same puddle from which he had just risen, fell on his side, and began to kick his legs. Oh, how beautiful it turned out, huh? I had dreamed of a moment like this all my life. The time for terrible miracles had not yet passed, it seemed. Shut your mouth, scum, I tell him calmly, without emotion, and then look around at the crowd. They just called me from the duty station of our squad. Yes, Anton, it's better not to turn off your phone completely, but to put it on vibration mode. So there's very bad news from Moscow. They'll probably call your duty station any minute now, or maybe they've already called. What happened here? I nod at the freeze frame with the grinning faces of ghouls frozen on the monitor of the laptop standing on the hood of the 15th. Is happening all over the capital right now. And it's happening on a massive scale. It's an epidemic. The source of the infection has not been established. The methods of transmission from person to person are being established. A state of emergency has literally just been declared in Moscow. The epidemic itself has already been reported in emergency news broadcasts on all TV channels and on the radio.
In the next few hours, units of the internal troops and the army will be brought into the city. The police themselves cannot cope. A clear and unambiguous order came from the ministry to the main Directorate of Internal Affairs. Destroy the infected by any available means and do not allow them to come into contact with normal, uninfected people. We have been ordered to wrap up here as quickly as possible and return to the base. Any questions? There seem to be no questions. That is, they will of course appear, but later. But for now, as they say, the star is in shock. I look at the laptop monitor again. Something there caught my attention. Just what? Holy shit! There it is, behind the grinning maws and crazy dead eyes that cover almost the entire screen. I notice a heavily gnawed but standing body against the wall, and I break out in a cold sweat. Bloody scraps of blue-gray police camouflage hang from the body in shreds. Now everything falls into place, like pieces of a puzzle. After this, don't believe horror movies and children's horror stories. Anyone who has been gnawed or simply bitten by zombies becomes the same, and it happens very quickly, literally in a few minutes, like this creature, who was recently a policeman of the Ivanteevka GNR. But if that's all true, then, fuck, Jenna. I turn around abruptly to run after the ambulance, but find it standing in the same place. True, the side door is on the opposite side, and I can't see what's going on inside, but the miniature female doctor is standing right behind me. Your boy died, she says sadly and confusedly. I just can't understand why.
He didn't lose that much blood, considering the circumstances, and there were no signs of shock. He just closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Stay here, I tell her and rush to the ambulance. Your soul. Am I too late? A long, heart-rending scream is heard from behind the gazelle. Someone is screaming mournfully and terribly, like a wounded hare. Haven't you heard how hares scream? You're lucky. They scream as if you had fired a shotgun shell into a small child, not an animal. I heard that scream only once, on my first and last hunt in my life. I jump out from behind the ambulance at full speed. Fuck, they've arrived. It's a picture in oils. Gina, his back to me, stands motionless near the side door. The ambulance driver, sitting on his butt in the mud, crawls away from him, pushing off with his hands and feet. Judging by the cigarette stuck to his lower lip, he got out of the car to smoke. Lucky. And literally a few meters away, one of the prosecutors is standing, his eyes wide with horror, screaming at the top of his lungs.
What are you doing here, moron? Did you come in to admire the corpse? Yeah, and now the corpse is admiring you.
Genka, don't touch him! Look at me!
I already understood that the fair-haired boy whom I had dragged to the doctors was no longer there. But I still couldn't shoot him in the back of the head. Jenna slowly turns around. There is no doubt. There is nothing human left in his terrible eyes, as if covered with a whitish film. I raise the machine gun, but do not have time to aim. Someone's palm lies on the gas outlet tube, bending the barrel down.
Don't shoot,
Volodya quietly tells me.
This is my subordinate.
The ghoul whined quietly and staggered towards us. Volodya, with a stony face, raised his syuka to his shoulder and shot him in the forehead, almost point blank. A fountain of blood splashed out of the zombie's head, and his body fell face down at our feet. With the last bullet, Vova unfastens the magazine from the machine gun and shows me the empty neck. As I felt alive, I ask the prosecutor's officer, who is staring dumbfoundedly at the corpse. He mutters incoherently, not taking his frightened gaze off the corpse, and a wet spot is rapidly spreading down the leg of his expensive trousers. Ugh, damn. Well, he's alive, that's good. And how are you? I said this to the ambulance driver. Didn't he bite you? No. The driver has already risen to his feet, but his knees are shaking nervously, and his voice can hardly be called firm. Everything is fine. I was standing outside. I wanted to smoke. So after this, believe the warnings of the Ministry of Health. Of course, it may be dangerous to health, but sometimes it can save a life. We return to the crowd near the police gazelle. The lieutenant colonel is quietly sitting on the hood of the gazelle next to his laptop, coming to his senses. But Anton, it seems, has already called the duty room, found out that I have not gone crazy and things are exactly as I said, and has started vigorously working.
So, now the three of you,
He points his finger at the three operatives standing closest to him.
start looking around the yard for glass bottles. Vodka, beer, even lemonade. You need at least 2 dozen. Take a walk along the fence. They're usually lying there in piles.
Yeah, right. Apparently, all alcoholics have a tradition of dumping empty glass bottles under the fence, usually behind a hedge, which beautifies the inside of the territory. They just drink there, so it's not in sight. And they throw the bottles right at the scene of the crime. And there are so many bottles piling up there. You, Antoka nods at the captain who almost arrested Volodya. Take a couple of people to cover and stomp to the far wing of the building. There, on our last visit on the first floor, the furniture crew was working, but now it's closed. Take from there a piece of upholstery fabric and a can of some varnish or drying oil. That's it. Let's go. There's little time. What is all this for? Asks the captain. We'll make an incendiary mixture. Have you heard of the Molotov cocktail? Here, almost the same. Climbing inside is pure suicide. And we'll throw these glasses into the windows, and that'll be it. Everything will burst into blue flames. Wood, rags. It will burn until the morning. One more thing, I say loudly. The guy bitten by the ghouls died, and then turned into the same dead abomination as those up there. Which means that anyone who lets themselves be bitten will die very soon, and then rise again to devour everyone around them. Is that clear? Be extremely careful. One of the locals got through to the Ivanteevka Department of Internal Affairs and listened to the latest news for a long time, cursing terribly, and then handed the phone to a dirty and dejected underfloor. He, apparently, tried to break his boss with us, but did not succeed. I don't know what they told him there, but after the conversation ended, he completely dejected and hid in a gazelle. The prosecutors also called somewhere and then, like gray, or rather black mice, slid into their jeep and drove away. To wash up, probably. Be that as it may, everyone was imbued with the seriousness of the situation and worked conscientiously. Luckily for us, there were no other living dead people anywhere else on the factory premises. The furniture shop was broken into, having knocked down the padlock with a rifle butt, and the operatives collected a whole battery of different glass containers from the bushes along the fence. They mixed the drying oil found in the furniture shop with gasoline, drained little by little from all the cars, in the bottles, and plugged the necks with wicks made of coarse, burlap-like fabric for upholstery of armchairs and sofas from the inside. Then they unanimously put out short bursts of glass and blackout plywood shutters in the windows. In a few of them, the damned wooden pieces still held, but those that we broke open were quite enough. And when Anton was getting ready to throw our napalm bombs, the lieutenant colonel, who had been sitting quietly until then, suddenly came to his senses. Do you even realize how much your stunt will cost? There's hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property there.
plus the cost of the building itself. Fuck! Send me the bill! I smirk. Are you a complete moron? Within a 10-15 minute walk from here are 2 schools, 4 kindergartens, and 2 hospitals. The Central City Hospital and the Children's Hospital. And a maternity hospital. Can you imagine what would happen if this whole flock suddenly got out of the factory building? Don't you have enough gunfire on every corner, like in Moscow? In short, shut up before I give you more. And then Ivanteevka calmly, as if during training, threw bottles with lit fuses into the windows. His youthful passion for shot putting did not go to waste. Only 2 bottles missed the window openings, and fiery streams flowed down the brick wall. The rest flew safely inside, and after a couple of minutes, bright flashes of a raging fire became visible through the dark windows of the building that we had de-energized in advance. Volodya, Anton calls the senior warrant officer. You make sure that the observation group stays here. You never know, and don't let the firefighters near if they suddenly arrive. The building is on the outskirts. The fire won't spread from there, and it's time for us to go. I'll do it. I'm not stupid. I understand everything.
Good luck, guys. You too. We shake hands and part ways. I had almost entered the bus when I saw the guards still sitting in the checkpoint booth. Stop. I had one thought. I turn back. I go into the booth and approach the private security guards. In short, guys, you can see for yourselves what's going on, so let's be honest. What else happened at night? Before the noise in the building started in the morning, the guards exchange uncertain glances. They clearly have something to say, but they hesitate. Finally, one of them, the one who shouted the front door code to me, gathers his courage. Europac was here. Every evening, he takes a dozen Vietnamese somewhere in his loaf and then brings them back in the morning. We don't know where. It seems to be somewhere in Moscow. He has some kind of swindler there or something. And then he came back earlier than usual. They almost dragged one slant-eyed guy. He was sick. He threw up right here at the checkpoint, and Stepanich me. Well, the guard is clearly uneasy, because the shift supervisor he is telling me about is no longer alive. Anyway, I wash the floors here later. That's clear. But who is Yura, and where did he go? Well, Yura, he's like a foreman for the Vietnamese. He brings them food, fabrics, and everything else. He takes away the finished goods. The owner, or what? No, the owner is a serious man. And Yura, he's just... I see. The 6 is the owner's. So what happened to him? Nothing. He took the narrow film guys away, locked the doors, gave us the keys and went home. Or maybe he went drinking. He's a fan of that. And about an hour later, the Viets started making a fuss. But we didn't pay any attention. They sometimes had. And when he left, did you notice anything suspicious? No. I think not. He was normal. He even laughed a little, saying that the Vietnamese can't drink at all. They'll knock back a shot of vodka and get so poisoned that they can't walk afterwards. Well, in a word, it's clear that nothing is clear. You're a POC, then. Okay. I left the guardhouse and went to the bus. And behind me the fire was growing brighter and brighter, and tongues of flame were rushing into the sky from the windows. Chapter 3. Interlude 1. You're a POC. If 20 years ago, someone had called Europac a bandit, he would not have been offended. On the contrary, he would have proudly confirmed the rightness of the caller. Because Europac was not just anyone, but a trusted person. One might say, an orderly for special assignments for Peresvet himself, who controlled all of Ivanteevka. But the problem was that there were no such people.
No matter how hard Yura tried, no matter how hard he cultivated the image of a cool and reckless guy, nothing worked out for him. Frequent visits to the gym did not help. Half Korean Yura did not have the right genetics. He was strong but small and skinny. The real boyish outfit could not fix the matter. All this sports leather, ammunition, and thick gold chains, which sat so well on other Zhmich bulls, hung on Yura like on a coat rack. And even a cool car couldn't improve the situation. In his black Grand Cherokee, Yura looked like a high school student who had climbed into his dad's car to drive. That's how unlucky a person is in life. Back then, in the dashing 90s, many were surprised. What, in fact, was this little Korean doing among the huge, bulldozer-like Zhmich fighters? And the answer was simple. Yura, although he did not have the health of a bull, did not have pooed heavy fists, an impudent brick face, and was short, was distinguished by his remarkable intelligence and gifted tongue. Yes, Yura did not know how to intimidate to the point of hiccups with a look or break heads with a light wave of his hand, but he could negotiate with anyone and about anything. And this is precisely why Zhmich valued him. The 90s are long gone. The tough guy Petya Zhmich somehow imperceptibly turned into Pyotr Sergeyevich Zhmikov, a successful businessman, respected member of society, generous patron, and philanthropist. Most of the tough to the point of insanity guys from the Zhmich Brigade have forever registered under the beautiful granite monuments in the cemetery. But the small and nimble pack was still alive and well, and still occupied the same position under Zhmikov. True, now if Yura heard that he was called a bandit, he would be sincerely outraged to the depths of his soul. What kind of bandit is he? He is an honest businessman. He has a sewing workshop that supplies almost half of the Cherkizovsky market with goods. And the fact that the honest businessman has about 500 illegal immigrants working in his factory building on Dzerzhinsky Street. No one knows about that. Or rather, some people know, but Yura has long since agreed on everything with these gentlemen from the mayor's office, the tax office, and the city police department, and paid for everything. Look, the local district police officer, he generally comes to him every month, as if to the accounting department, for a second salary. Of course, it's expensive, but there are also advantages. Before some OBOP or FMS, with the support of the goblins from the OMON, have time to plan a raid on Yura's domain, one of the well-wishers has already kindly called him on his mobile, and the raid only finds empty workshops. Although there are hitches. Just recently, the Migration Department and OMON, with the It was a serious scandal. The story even flashed on the news on central TV channels. Zhmikov was very unhappy, and even promised to personally rip Yura's head off if he did not settle everything. And the troubles would reach Pyotr Sergeyevich himself. But everything worked out. The smart and clever Pak got out of it. He took the plump envelopes with the evergreen rustling contents to the right people, and the matter somehow died down on its own. And a couple of weeks later, life was seething again on the second floor of the factory. True, it still did not go without consequences. Annoyed by the financial losses caused by the 2-week downtime, Zhmikov excommunicated Pak from the small food market and a couple of mini supermarkets from which he fed. Deprived of financial support, Yura, who had already gotten used to live. When will he finally forgive the screw-up? God knows. It looks like he will have to tighten his belt
he was not kicked out of the seamstress, and that's good. Of course, Yurapak was not the real owner of the sewing workshop. In fact, everything belonged to Zhmikov, and Yura was just a screen, a figurehead Chairman Funt, needed only to ensure that no one could connect the shady workshop and the illegal workers with the crystal-clear figure of Pyotr Sergeyevich. And Pak saw to it that the production worked properly and brought in profit, and received quite decent, but by no means mind-boggling money for this. But the cunning Korean would not be himself if he did not get his business here too. No, nothing criminal. Yura, despite his profession, managed to remain a completely decent person. He never stole money allocated for food for the workers, did not rent out more or less pretty Vietnamese women to pimps. He simply came to an agreement with the head of one of the Moscow housing offices and employed a dozen dead souls there as janitors. All the work was done by Vietnamese, whom Yura drove to Moscow at night in his mobile UAZ loaf and brought back in the morning. He and the housing office lady fraternally shared the money allocated for the janitor's salaries, and the Vietnamese, who were sick and tired of sitting within four walls, themselves rushed to join Yura's brigade, so that, at least at night, they could breathe fresh air and wander the streets, even with a broom or a shovel in their hands. There was another incentive. Pak really was not a bad person. He always bought vodka and some simple snacks, which he gave to the Vietnamese on the way back, as a bonus for good work. And everyone was happy. Things gradually went so well that Yura already began to think about expanding the business. The evening of March 19 was no different from the others. As always, just as it was getting dark, Yura drove his well-worn mobile loaf to the factory entrance. He shook hands with the shift supervisor Stepanich, an elderly, reasonable man, a former military man who came out of the duty booth. He treated him to a cigarette. He waved to his two partners and subordinates sitting in the booth, and they waved back through the large window. Taking the keys to the door on the floor, he drove the loaf right up to the building. No need to show off in front of passers-by. Although there seemed to be no one around, as the saying goes, the less they see, the less they rave. The team of hares, as Yura affectionately called his workers, was already assembled and waiting, lined up, right at the entrance to the workshop. No, discipline is a great thing. Look how their Mao built up the people. Or is Mao not in Vietnam? Exactly. Mao is in China, and the hares have Ho Chi Minh. Although, what's the difference? Both are not people, but just some kind of termites. Collective, damn intelligence. But excellent workers, what can I say? Having loaded the Vietnamese into the cramped interior of the UAZ, Pak slowly moved towards Moscow. Yes, they were not too comfortable there, of course. But then again, the elderly, rather dirty, army-style loaf without windows did not attract the attention of those same traffic cops. But if he had a Ford Transit or a Volkswagen Transporter with tinted windows, he would have had a hard time stopping and proving that he was not taking some whores to the spot. And considering who was sitting in the car, it would be the same anyway. They would flay you for illegals no worse than for prostitutes. Although, he would soon have to get a bigger car anyway if the idea of expanding the business did come to fruition. And everything was almost on track there. Okay, as that pretty actress from an old American movie said, I'll think about it tomorrow. Gary, traffic police officers. They got to their destination without incident. Having stopped the UAZ near a small park in front of that same housing office,
Yura unloaded his tima, opened a booth with inventory stuck to the wall of the house with his key, in which, in addition to shovels and brooms, orange janitor's vests were also stored. A necessary thing, because the police do not touch people of even the most non-Slavic appearance if they are engaged in creative work and are dressed in a bright orange vest or overalls with reflective stripes and the inscription, Municipal District such and such, Housing Office Number N. A folk omen, damn it. Having equipped and armed his personnel with cleaning equipment, Yura quickly conducted an express briefing along the lines of, don't go far. If the police come up, don't run. Call me right away, through his staff interpreter. Pak himself didn't know Vietnamese, and the hares didn't speak Russian. The interpreter had once studied at the Lumumbarium, where he had learned Russian quite well. His name was Bam Van Dong, but Pak, in order not to break his tongue, changed him to Vanya. Vanya Van Dong didn't object. He didn't know the old Russian proverb, call him a pot, but don't put him in the oven, but intuitively agreed with this formulation of the question. Lumumbarium, People's Friendship University of Russia, named after Patrice Lumumba. Leaving Vanya Dung in charge, Yura went home to sleep. True, on the way there was one more small matter to do, buy some extra rations for the hares.
Oh damn, 3 or 4 months ago it would have been enough to stop by the sponsored market, and the local traders would have provided everything necessary for free. But Zimikov has not yet cooled down, and therefore he has to pay for everything with his own hard-earned money. In principle, this can be done in the morning, but how many stores are open at 7 in the morning? It's easier now. He stopped at the first mini-market he came across, smiled, made a little friendly face to the pretty young saleswoman, took 2-liter bottles of cheap vodka, a couple of jars of pickled cucumbers, bread, and several packages of the simplest cold meats. That's it. The maximum program for the evening is done. Time to go home. Bedtime. But bedtime didn't work out. At 4:30 in the morning, an hour and a half before the alarm, the mobile phone on the nightstand started beeping. Yura reached out with a groan, grabbed the vibrating handset, which was about to fall off the varnished tabletop, and brought it to his ear. He suddenly lost the desire to sleep. Vanya Dung, desperately confusing Russian with Vietnamese, was babbling in a frightened patter that things were bad. According to him, about an hour after Pak went home, something loudly banged a few blocks from the housing office. Dung was sure it was an explosion, but it went off far away, and he decided that what had happened did not concern them. But a few minutes ago, literally in the next alley, 2 policemen shot a man. Dung didn't see how it all started. He, attracted by the noise and shouts, looked out from around the corner at the moment when one of the policemen shot at a man lying on the ground with a pistol, and he shot several times. Now the whole brigade is sitting in the park near the housing office, and begs Yura to come for them as soon as possible. Pak swore loudly, quickly, as if in the army on the command, 45 seconds, rise. Got dressed and ran out into the street. The loaf flew like an arrow all the way to Moscow, its engine roaring as if it was about to take off. How Yura managed to avoid meeting the valiant traffic police inspectors he himself did not really understand. But the fact remains that he managed to get there quickly and without problems. The frightened hares, huddled together in fear, were waiting for him near the housing office hut. Pak drove the Vietnamese into the UAZ, quickly put the brooms, shovels, and other things in the booth and, sitting in the driver's seat, looked back at the brigade, sitting quietly, like mice. Well, why are you so quiet? Well done, you did everything right. With these words, he handed Vanya Dong a bag of vodka and snacks, and an open package of disposable cups. Help yourself, you've earned it. Dong half-whispered the translation of what Yura had said to the hares. Shy smiles began to appear on the narrow-eyed faces. The boss was not angry, and had not even forgotten about the treat, so everything was fine. And only then did Yura notice that one of the Vietnamese had his right cheek slightly stained with something that looked like smeared blood. "What's wrong with him?" he asked Dong.
He turned to the dirty man, and for a few seconds they exchanged phrases that were unusual to the ear of Pak, who was Russian-speaking despite his last name. Then Dong turned back to Yura. "Nice. She says the crocodile bit her. She crawled out of the Musernava tank and bit her. She's not sick at all, she says." "I see. So as the victim, he gets a double portion of vodka. For disinfection." Dong started chirping again, and the bitten man noticeably cheered up. And with that, they went back to Ivanteevka.
The corpse in the alley was no longer there, but the exit to Avtopradzhnaya Street, along which Yura had calmly driven the previous evening, was now blocked by a traffic police car blinking its lights. They had to go around the park, although there was no need to hurry now. And what happened to the cops? Pak didn't give a damn. Let them think about their own problems. They were already in Ivanteevka by 6 o'clock in the morning. But they couldn't drive the car into the factory grounds. Something had happened again, with the electric motor that opened the gates. It was always short-circuiting, and as always, at the wrong time. It was time to replace it. Having stopped the loaf in front of the checkpoint, Yura got out of the car himself and ordered the Vietnamese to get out. The bitten man was completely exhausted from 2 glasses of vodka. He could barely move his legs and walked only thanks to Vanya Dong, who was holding him under the elbow.
Passing through the turntable, he suddenly stopped and, hiccuping convulsively several times, burped right at his feet. Having chirped something, apparently an apology, in a weak voice, he, still supported by Dong, trudged to the doors of the factory building. Pak, taking the keys, followed him. Already on the 2nd floor, in front of the open door, he gave Vanya his final instructions. "Put this one to bed. Don't touch him until he comes to tomorrow. If he suddenly feels bad, call me. I'll bring a doctor. Because a rat is such a beast, you never know what kind of infection he'll reward him with." Having closed the Vietnamese, Yura went back to the car. In the narrow corridor near the helicopter, one of Stepanich's subordinates was already moving a mop across the floor. "What, do you have a PCD?" Pak chuckled good-naturedly. Parking and maintenance day. In the army on this day. Usually PCD is announced on Saturdays. Soldiers carry out a general cleaning of all premises and the territory of the military unit. "Oh, come on," the guard waved him off. "You should have made that narrow film guy of yours clean up after himself." "Oh, come on, I saw it myself. He was feeling shitty. Asians, damn it, don't know how to drink. And he drank 2 glasses. But he was so drunk that a liter of vodka wouldn't get our Russian." "Are you Russian?" the guard suddenly chuckled, putting down his mop. Now. Yura jokingly shook his finger at him. "What kind of fascist and xenophobic statements?" An old address, well known to all Russians, which rhymes so well with the question, where? Still smiling, Yura turned the key in the ignition, wondering where he would go after breakfast. To the sauna? Or to see the girls? Fortunately, he knew a couple of pimps. He did not like to combine these types of leisure, being firmly convinced that in a bathhouse with girls, it would not be possible to really enjoy either one. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Pak stopped at the bathhouse, and the loaf briskly rolled to his house. Yura couldn't even imagine in his worst nightmare that exactly 32 minutes after his departure, the Vietnamese man bitten by a rat would stop breathing, and 4 minutes later, his dead body would rise from the bed and silently sink its teeth into the throat of Vanya Dong, who was peacefully sleeping next door. And by evening, Yura felt bad. After all, the people who once told him that drinking vodka in the bathhouse was not good were right. Too much strain on the heart. Previously, he did not pay attention to such conversations. But now he realized that everything could be quite serious. It was as if someone was squeezing his heart in a fist, and every time he tried to take a deep breath, it was as if a long needle was piercing it.
Oh, Mom, it sucks!
What to do? Call an ambulance? To hell with them. By the time they get there, you'll die 100 times over. Oh, there's a casualty department on the first floor of the neighboring house. They certainly won't refuse help there. It was so good that he stayed to sleep it off in Ivanteevka, in one of several safe houses that remained the property of Pyotr Sergeyevich Zimikov from the time when he was simply Petya Zimikov. If he had gone home to his recently built two-story house in the dacha village of Polyanka, things could have been much worse. There are no doctors nearby. The trauma ward was surprisingly crowded. Apart from a few of the eternal regulars of any medical institution, old ladies of varying degrees of decrepitude, ready to feign any illness just to get the opportunity to complain to at least someone about the impolite modern youth, the stupid government, and, in general, the general disorganization of life, there were quite a lot of people sitting in the corridor. About 15 people were huddled on uncomfortable plastic chairs along the walls. They were of different ages and genders, but they all had one thing in common. Each of them had fresh white bandages, mostly on their arms, and their eyes were somehow scared or something. What's wrong with them? Although, what the hell difference does it make? I wouldn't kick the bucket myself here.
Yura looked into the open door of one of the offices, where a very drunk man was drilling something outrageous, with a blood-stained shirt and a broken face. And a powerful Caucasian doctor with broken ears and the slightly flabby figure of a freestyle wrestler who'd given up sports was trying to set his broken nose. "What do you have?" asked Pak, a young and very pretty nurse, turning around at his quiet cough. "My heart is seizing up," he almost whispered, trying not to breathe in too deeply. "Did you drink?" Yura nodded dejectedly in response. The nurse frowned disapprovingly and shook her head, her whole appearance saying something like, "The only thing we need to be completely happy is one more alcoholic." However, she stood up and led him into the next room, sat him down on a chair. She took a tonometer from the cabinet and deftly, pulling a blue elastic cuff onto Yura's arm, measured his blood pressure. Judging by the expression on her face, which changed from displeased to sympathetic, she did not like the readings on the round dial.
Lie down on the couch. I'll give you an injection now.
He obediently lay down on the couch.
"What kind of a full house do you have here?"
Oh, don't even talk about it.
The nurse threw up her hands, taking some ampules and a disposable syringe in a transparent package from a glass cabinet.
It's terrible. A regular bus overturned on the Yaroslavl highway. One of those Moscow psychos somehow ended up in the passenger compartment and attacked the driver.
Here the nurse, having closed the glass door, turned around and caught Yura's uncomprehending look, widened her already large blue eyes in surprise.
Didn't you watch TV at all today?
It was hard for Yura not only to speak, but even to breathe deeply. He simply shook his head, lightly tapped himself on the neck with his index finger, in the area of the right tonsil, and guiltily spread his arms. "Well, you guys are something." The nurse seemed to be itching to share the latest news with, at least someone. They've been broadcasting about them on TV for half a day. It's unclear whether they're drug addicts, or maybe some kind of sect, like Satanists. Or just crazy, but that's unlikely. There are too many of them. They attack people right on the streets, they bite, try to tear them to pieces. I think the police even shot at them. I don't know if they killed them or not, but they said on TV, there are victims. Despite being a bit too talkative, the blue-eyed nurse knew her business well, continuing to twitter about how a psycho who had gotten on the bus had attacked the driver and nearly mauled him to death, and then, after the accident, had attacked the other passengers. She deftly and painlessly gave him 2 injections at once. So the police then handcuffed him and took him away.
They sent all the serious ones to the city hospital, and those he simply bit to us. We were the closest, so now we're fussing with them. Bandaging, anti-tetanus serum. Okay, that's all. It'll kick in soon, and you'll feel better right away. But you probably need to stop drinking. It won't do you any good. Okay, let's sort out the paperwork now. I hope you have your passport and insurance policy with you. Yura nodded his head affirmatively and reached into his jacket's inner pocket for the documents. However, he didn't have time to get them out. The door to the office swung open, and an elderly plump woman in a medical gown, standing on the threshold, with her face literally reading, "Senior Nurse," as if it were on the office door, almost barked, "Svetka, come run after me. The bitten ones are in really bad shape there." Blue-eyed Sveta flew out of the office like a bullet, although she managed to rattle off, "You sit here for now, and then either I'll be free and I'll take care of everything, or, depending on how things go for you, you'll find someone free from the staff." A pretty nurse slipped away to help the bitten Moscow psycho, who suddenly felt sick. I wonder what terrible thing could suddenly happen to someone who was bitten by a madman. Or a drug addict. In any case, he's not a stray dog or a garbage rat. He shouldn't infect anyone with plague or tetanus. Although, who knows? Yuri's, to put it mildly, modest knowledge of medicine was clearly lacking here. And screw it, they are doctors, they know exactly what to do. And he will sit here for a little while longer. Then, fill out all the paperwork. And wait until Sveta is free. And along the way he will try to make a move on her. Why? Young, pretty, sociable. Again, no ring on her ring finger. He too is far from Quasimodo and has money. Invite her to a restaurant, this and that. There is no need to invent a reason. Let the sentimentality into your voice, like, "You, beauty, save my life in the most literal sense. And now I am simply obliged, so to speak, as a sign of my deepest gratitude." So what? It may well work. I just need to come to my senses a little. Otherwise, in such a state, not to go to a restaurant with a beautiful girl, but to hobble to the cemetery in small steps. And it really is time to quit vodka. Blue-eyed Sveta is right. This time I hobbled to the injury. And what will happen next time? Lie on the floor in my own house and wait for an ambulance, which if it arrives will be in 2 hours? And that's in the best case, if I have enough strength to reach the phone. And if not? No, to hell with such a tempting prospect. A few minutes later, Yura really did feel relief. The nurse hadn't lied, and the stabbing pain had subsided, and he could breathe almost fully, without fear of losing consciousness if he took too deep a breath. The blue-eyed one was holding back for some reason. During this time, it would have been possible to not only get those who had gotten sick back on their feet, but also walk them home, on foot. So I don't get it. What the hell is this? In the corridor, someone suddenly started screaming in a bad voice. The scream was immediately picked up in different ways by several throats at once, judging by the tone and timbre. The malingering grannies were screaming, and then some kind of fuss and running began. Your mother, what the hell is going on there? And this rabies, by any chance, isn't contagious? Otherwise, citizens will start biting now and then go around injecting painful vaccinations for a whole month. Yura carefully opened the door and looked out into the corridor, and froze in horror, his eyes wide open. He had always had strong nerves, and in the dashing 90s, he had seen all sorts of things. He had to go out to showdowns and once had to bury a corpse in a forest belt. So, to scare Yura Pak, that was something that had to be tried hard. But what he saw now in the corridor scared him to the point of weakness in his knees and a cold sweat that suddenly appeared on his forehead. The first thing that caught his eye was some nondescript little man, in an inexpensive suit under an unbuttoned padding polyester jacket, who was eating the previous senior nurse on the blood-stained floor. He was eating in the most literal sense of the word, shaking his head like a dog, and tearing large chunks of flesh from the necks of a woman who had already stopped fluttering. Moreover, he was not the only one in the corridor.
All the victims of the Moscow psycho sitting in the corridor, whom Yura had seen when entering the emergency room, now looked less like decent and slightly frightened patients.
Most of all, they now looked like characters from some cheap horror movie. Smeared with blood almost from head to toe, they were enthusiastically gnawing at the faces and hands of the grandmothers who had not managed to escape from their suddenly enraged neighbors. Pak almost threw up from this terrible and disgusting picture. My God, what was wrong with them? True, not everyone was busy with the cannibalistic meal. One of them, a strong-looking guy of about 25 with bandaged palms, with a leisurely and somehow uncertain, swaying gait as if he was very drunk, was chasing blue-eyed Sveta. She, it seemed, was about to run, but either tripped over something or twisted her ankle and was now crawling along the corridor, pushing off the slippery tiles with her elbows. It was this picture that brought Yura out of his stupor. You are crazy there, my dear, or not, but this girl is already taken, so don't put your rakes away.
Pak, as if thrown by a catapult, wedged himself between the girl and this slow-witted nutcase. Hey, listen kid, get lost. What's not clear? The bitten nutcase didn't pay any attention to Pak's menacing shout and didn't even break stride, but he looked up at Yura. Oh my, he must be completely nuts. A normal person can't have such a creepy look. And when did he manage to do that? Just 20 minutes ago, he was sitting in a chair by the wall, like a good boy, cradling his bitten hands. And now, he's rushing around like he's at a buffet and doesn't understand human words. Well then don't be offended. Pak had always been a small guy. One could even say skinny. That is why, realizing that he would not be able to win in a fight with his weight and strength, Yura developed a punching technique. The jaw of both big and small guys breaks with equal ease. You just need to know how to punch. So the small and skinny Korean learned. The blow was a sight to behold. The coach could be proud of Yura. The crunch was loud and distinct. The chin of the psycho who was advancing on Pak literally slid to the left, causing his entire face to become distorted. But the psycho didn't react to this at all. Although, at the very least, he should have been knocked out cold. Instead, he only staggered slightly, shook his head, and, barely audibly wheezing, tried to grab the Korean by the sweater.
Your mother! What's wrong with you, man? After such blows, normal people come to their senses in a hospital ward.
But for Yura himself, the hand-to-hand combat did not go in vain. It was as if a sharp needle had been driven into his chest again, so much so that his vision went dark. Yeah, damn. He was clearly no fighter now. Just a couple more fist bumps like that, and he would faint. To the delight of those crazy cannibals. You'd come to, and your head had already been bitten off. To hell with them, such a situation. The claws had to be torn off, and the faster, the better. And he couldn't get to the entrance. The whole crazy pack was feasting near the doors. He grabbed Sveta by the elbow, who had begun to rise from the floor, and dragged her along the corridor, away from the crazy cannibals, tearing at the motionless bodies with their teeth. And the madman, who had gone on the offensive again, who, let's face it, would definitely have caught up with them and torn them both to pieces. They were saved by pure chance in the person of a Caucasian traumatologist, the same one who had set the drunk man's nose. With a thunderous roar, he threw some slight teenager with a bandaged leg right through the closed door of his office. The latter, like a bowling pin, knocked down the strong man who was pressing on Yura and Sveta, and, having hit the wall hard and fallen to the floor, began to rise on all fours. But the big guy who had been knocked off his feet was not so lucky. He hit the floor with a loud crack on the back of his head and froze. True, very little blood had flowed from his head, but Pak was not up to such details. The strong doctor grabbed them both and literally dragged them into the very office from which Pak had just emerged, into the corridor. Sheni did a shevetsi. Judging by the intonation, he clearly cursed through his teeth. slamming the front door and clicking the lock. Let's sit here for now, yeah? Sveta, help me bandage myself, huh? Sheni deda shevetsi is a rude curse word in Georgian. Only now did Yura notice a huge, heavily bleeding wound on the doctor's left cheekbone, as if someone had bitten into his face. Although, why as if? Most likely that's how it had been, and it was done, apparently, by that same little weakling who had just been flying down the corridor. What the hell was going on here?
Rivaz Anzarovich, Sveta, almost crying, grabbed the doctor. What is this? There were several loud bangs outside, as if someone had crashed into a locked door and punched it several times. It's a good thing the doors here are old and wooden, a thought flashed through Pak's head. If they were made of this newfangled plastic, they wouldn't have survived even a couple of blows. What's wrong? What's wrong? The doctor winced in pain, wiping the blood streaming down his cheek and neck with the sleeve of his recently snow-white coat. It looks like this is the end of everything. Svetik, help me bandage him, I said. What do you mean a fucking mess? Yura asked the Caucasian, while the nurse, having taken hydrogen peroxide, tampons, and a bandage from the cabinet, was fiddling with his wound. Quite literally, the doctor cursed again, this time in Russian, quietly, through his teeth as the peroxide hissed and foamed thickly, coming into contact with the blood in the wound on his face. Didn't you watch the news at all today? I haven't watched TV today, Pak snapped back, not very politely. But Svetlana already enlightened me about these schizos. Crazy? The Caucasian grinned evilly. Listen, dear, have you checked the pulse of these crazy people? No. Yura spread his hands. Sorry, I just didn't have time for that. But I did find something. I personally tried to give artificial respiration to that kid who bit me. He was dead. In what sense? Sveta squeaked in a strangled voice. Literally, my dear. Dead as a log. No breathing, no pulse, pupils don't react to light. Have you forgotten the signs of death already? So I think the rest are the same. Wait, Ara, but they walk. Pak breathed out in amazement. You are an Ara yourself. I am Georgian, so in the most extreme case, Batono. But better, Revaz Anzarovich, although you can just call me by my first name, but in general, yes, they walk and also eat. And they eat us, the doctor nodded in agreement. Awesome. What are we watching here? A horror movie or something? Dawn of the Dead, fuck? Yura collapsed on the couch, clutching his head in his hands. I don't believe it. This is all a lie. This is all my fucking drunken delirium. I'm going to wake up now. Stop being hysterical, the doctor interrupted him quietly and calmly. Aren't you ashamed in front of the girl? It worked. Indeed, he didn't want to look like a hysterical neurotic in Sveta's eyes. Not the best image for meeting someone. Yura tried to pull himself together. And how is this possible in your opinion? He asked Revaz. Do I know? He answered in Yiddish with a question for a question. I'm a fucking traumatologist, not a virologist. Do you think it's viral? Sveta, who had been silent, spoke up. Looks like it. The Georgian nodded his head. Very similar. They bit him, infected him. He got sick, died very quickly, got up, and started biting himself. Most likely some combat strain escaped from the soldiers. But you can't develop viral weapons. They're prohibited. Sveta wrinkled her forehead amusingly. Oh, come on, Revaz waved his hand. We can't do a lot of things, but they still do them. Looks like we've done it to our own heads. What does the end of everything and the news on the box have to do with it? Yura returned to the original topic. And besides, the doctor raised his finger admonishingly, this nonsense has been going on in Moscow since early morning, and it has been reported on all the TV channels, albeit briefly and more than once, but they have never said that these freaks are dead. And they are silent about their contagiousness. So they tie up the biting dead ones and drag them to the police station, and the bitten ones to the hospital. and it has been like this all day. Holy shit! Yura suddenly began to understand the scale of what was happening. But in Moscow hospitals now, there are probably real breeding grounds for all this. Yeah, Ravaz nodded sullenly. And in the police departments, it's no better. But it is the police, in theory, that should maintain order and protect citizens. Oh, come on, you'll get it from them. The defenders. Yura waved his hand dismissively, but then suddenly realized that in this particular case, the Georgians seem to be right. The cops have weapons, transport, and communications, and most importantly, they are organized and numerous. They will be able to keep the situation under control. If they are not eaten first. But if they are eaten, then the citizens will dream of ambushes. Not all of them, of course, but most of them for sure. Stop. Wait. So if you were bitten and got infected, then it turns out that you... Yura looked meaningfully at the bandage on Ravaz's face, already soaked with blood.
Exactly.
The traumatologist's gaze was heavier than a granite tombstone.
Another hour, maximum an hour and a half, and I'll become the same abomination. And if you don't get out of here by that moment, you'll be stuck in the same room with this abomination. Do you need that?
The prospect of being stuck in the same room with a big Georgian guy who could turn into a predatory carnivorous creature at any moment made Pak shudder, and his back instantly became covered in cold sweat.
What? Are you scared?
The doctor nodded understandingly.
And what do you think I feel like now?
So what should we do? The Korean whispered in a hoarse voice.
You need to get out of here, and the sooner, the better.
What a great idea. How so? There are 24 of these ghouls in the corridor. How are you going to fight them off? This crap? Yura nodded his head towards the window covered with a powerful welded grate from the outside. The only thing you can do is break it down with a bulldozer. Well, there is a fire shield by the front door. There is an axe, a hook, a shovel. Yeah, right. And also a box of sand and a red cone-shaped bucket, so that no one would steal it for their garden. Pak laughed hysterically. But this shield is by the front door, and on the outside. Oh my God! Why aren't we at my house? Yura clearly saw the TT pistol and the shortened police AKSU machine gun, with a couple of magazines and a small amount of ammunition hidden under the laminate, in the bedroom of the safe house. A few years ago. And at home, in a metal box, there is a completely legal 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg. And there are cartridges for it too. 50 buckshot and 20 bullets. Not much, of course, but he was never keen on hunting. He just liked to shoot at empty bottles in a ravine not far from Polyanka sometimes. What are you whining about? Ravaz looked at him in surprise. Do you have any weapons at home? Pak just nodded silently. Hunter? Not really, the doctor drawled understandingly, lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper. A bandit, then. And even if that were so, still, the chances are better than those of some accountant or sales manager of all sorts of junk. In short, bandit. If you promise me that you'll get her out and not abandon her, I'll get you out of here. Both men simultaneously looked at Sveta, who was sobbing almost silently on a small chair in the corner. Her white clenched fists pressed to her chin. I promise. Yura looked Ravaz firmly in the eyes. What's the point? We won't be able to break through the corridor, and even you won't be able to break this cage on the window. And it's not necessary. Have you seen the fire evacuation plan? On the wall near the entrance. The hell knows. Yura shrugged. Maybe I saw it but didn't look closely. What does that have to do with it? If you had looked closely, you would have seen that it says, Responsible for fire safety. MV Zrishvili, R.A. Meaning, me. With these words, Ravaz took out of the pocket of his robe a large bunch of keys,
with a round bronze seal instead of a keychain. I have the key to these bars. So, I'll let you out quietly now, and you'll tear it up right away. By the way, are you in a car? No. Pak shook his head and pointed his finger at the window. I hobbled over from the neighboring 9-story building, that new one, made of yellow and red brick. But of course, I have a car. 2. Even. Having said this, Yura suddenly caught himself thinking that in the conditions of the impending fucking end to everything, his old army UAZ would probably be a much more suitable means of transport than the well-maintained 9th Mitsubishi Galant, which was parked in the garage of his house in a cottage village on the edge of the Ivanteevsky forest. Not bad either, Rivaz chuckled approvingly. It's only about 100 meters. You'll get there anyway. Just keep in mind, Sveta is a good girl. If you leave her, I'll get you from the other side, I swear on my mother. Pak just nodded silently in response. Well then, goodbye. The traumatologist extended his hand to Pak. And good luck to you. And you too. The Korean stopped short, realizing that he was clearly saying the wrong thing and, squeezing Rivaz's hand tightly, corrected himself.
Goodbye.
When Yura, overcoming the pain in his chest with his last strength, almost dragging the sobbing girl on his back, was already running up to his entrance. From somewhere far away, from the direction of the city hospital, the howling of several police sirens was heard, and then rapid pistol shooting and several short bursts of machine gun fire were heard. It seemed that the doctor who remained in the emergency room was right. The most severe from the bus that overturned on Yaroslavka were taken to the hospital, and now it has started there too. Although, what the hell there? It has started everywhere. Only not everyone has realized it yet. Chapter 4. Peresvet, Moscow region. OMON base. March 20, Tuesday, almost midnight. I was sitting on my bunk, slowly and intently cleaning the machine gun. I had disassembled and laid out on a stool. Believe it or not, this process calms me down. Some were smoking, others were twirling prayer beads in their hands. Some Buddhist monks were said to be contemplating their navels, but I was taking care of my weapon. It seemed like a simple task, but it was a great distraction from all the fuss. And what there was around was fuss. The corridors and quarters were jammed with soldiers and officers. The barracks were buzzing with hundreds of voices, like a disturbed beehive. The detachment was raised by the signal, assembly, and, returning from Ivanteevka, we found at the base not only those who had the day off today, but even those on vacation from those who were within reach. It seemed that the situation, if not yet critical, was already very close to it. I, who was already preparing for a serious slap on the wrist, up to incomplete service compliance, or even just dismissal of my own accord for assaulting a senior officer, suddenly realized that no one even remembers this incident. Well, thank God, since the authorities don't need it, then I certainly won't remind them of what happened. The duty officer and the assistant to the duty officer were running around as if they were full of turpentine. Our duty unit was simply drowning in a stream of phone calls, faxes and with all sorts of valuable instructions, stern demands, orders for immediate execution and other hold and don't push things. But at the same time, no more or less reliable information has arrived from Moscow. The coded telegrams contain only vague and unclear phrases like aggressively minded individuals, attacks of unmotivated aggression, take all possible measures to stop them, and other nonsense. Even the dead have not yet been officially recognized as such. They are still called infected or infected. At least they gave the go-ahead to open fire on these very individuals and they have allowed us to prevent attacks on normal people by any means.
But apparently, to compensate for the only useful and sensible order, they sent an order to confiscate even completely legal hunting guns from citizens. In order to maintain public safety and prevent acts of armed violence among the civilian population. Have they completely lost their minds there at the main Directorate of Internal Affairs? This same civilian population is about to start eating without salt and vinegar. Although what am I talking about? They've probably already started in full swing, and we have to take away almost their only hope for protection and salvation. Holy shit! The detachment commander, Colonel Lvov, having read this note handed to him by the duty officer, only cursed and ordered, "Tell them that it has been accepted for execution." And then he grinned. Those who have nothing else to do should do this crap. And it looks like we'll have more than enough to worry about as it is. Right now, despite the late hour, the entire personnel except for us who had been to Ivanteevka were gathered in the assembly hall and watching a horror movie filmed at the factory on a large projection screen that took up the entire wall. Tisov, who was standing with the remote control a little to the side, periodically slowed down this nauseating and frankly creepy movie, giving explanations and comments. Our people in the detachment are dashing, not afraid of God or the devil, but they watched in deathly silence. The guys were moved. Well, and we, who had seen all this, as they say, in the wild, were sitting in our quarters, putting our equipment and weapons in order. Personally, I decided one thing for myself. Without a set of shields for work en masse, I won't leave the barracks.
Against all these biting brethren, greaves and bracers made of impact-resistant plastic covering the shoulders, legs from the knee to the foot, arms from the elbow to the wrist and the palms from the outside. That's it. It's certainly better against teeth than the usual tarpaulin, gorka, or ripstop camouflage. A rag, even a thick one, is a rag, and the shield kit, it withstands the blow of an iron reinforcement rod. And a helmet, with a visor, is a must. Moreover, it is not necessary to use a Combat ZSH 1.2, Alton, or Antonov TIG. The same plastic, Jetta, will be quite enough. Of course, it has no armor protection class, only from stones or sticks. Well, the undead, it seems, have not been noticed using improvised means. Too stupid. But it is light, the view in it is good, and you still have to try to gnaw through the visor. No, the chin or neck are still not properly covered, but still, a piece of the cheek, like that of Genna, won't be so easily snipped off.
PS 97. A plastic helmet with a transparent visor designed for special forces of the Ministry of Internal Affairs working at mass events. It does not have a protection class as such and is exclusively shockproof. Okay, that's all the lyrics, and now it's time to finish with the machine gun and stomp to the assembly hall. There, as soon as they finish with the movie, they'll start cutting out the problems. I run an oily rag over the gas piston once more, insert the bolt into place, and quickly send the bolt carrier along the grooves of the receiver to its proper place. The perfectly cleaned and lubricated mechanism of the machine gun clicks quietly, but somehow, well, I don't even know. Pretty. Satisfied. As if a mighty predator quietly roared, pacified by a successful hunt and a hearty catch. Oh, how right the previous owner was, who gave the machine gun such a menacing name. It really is a tiger, a strong and deadly beast. My beast. It seems they have already finished in the assembly hall. When I close the door behind me, Anton is already descending from the low platform that serves as the presidium here. Well, are there any more questions? The detachment commander, standing next to Tisov, asks. Or maybe someone wants to add something. Here, Groshev. Body's gaze rests on me. They say you, Borya, also managed to distinguish yourself there. Do you have anything to add? Well, it seems I rejoice too early. My prank has definitely not been forgotten and will be remembered. Someday, if we live long enough. But for now,
Something completely different is important. Now we need to complete the assigned tasks and not lose people. Here, any experience, any little thing can be important. Yes, sir, Colonel. I report bravely from the threshold. May I leave? Lvov just nods his big shaved head on his mighty neck. The people in the hall start turning in my direction.
I think Tisov has already shown and told you everything that's important. I'll add some little things from my personal observations and ideas that could be very useful to everyone. Our enemy is, to put it mildly, unusual. You could say that we'll have to fight animals. Strong, large, very dangerous. But animals nonetheless. They won't shoot or throw grenades at us. But they'll attack us in a crowd, knock us down, and gnaw us. And then, that's it. If they bite, even if you break free, you're done for anyway. If not now, then in a couple of hours, you'll turn into the same scum. Is that true? Someone in the room asked quietly. The devil knows. All the bitten ones we saw, they turned. And one of them? You should have seen him on the recording. It's not clear how he managed to get back on his feet. They practically gnawed off all his flesh, but he got up and went hunting. Hunting us. So, most likely, definitely. And what if the bite is really small? I am not a doctor, but I think it does not matter. If the same AIDS virus is injected into a person's blood with a syringe, will it make any difference how much is injected? Half a cube, or a half-liter bottle at once? Well, except that infection will occur faster with a larger volume, I'm afraid it's the same here. Moreover, I think a bite is not the only danger. Are you saying that this crap, like the flu, is transmitted by airborne droplets? Lvov asks, squinting. I don't know, Colonel, but it's unlikely. Otherwise, our entire platoon would already be wandering around the corridors with glassy eyes and trying to devour you. I'm talking about something else. Have you all seen the movie 28 Days Later? There. Not only the bite was dangerous, but also the blood or saliva of the infected getting into open wounds, eyes, mouth. On the mucous membrane, in short. Borya, are you out of your mind? The squad commander looks at me with dark irony. A feature film, a horror movie. No, what a source of information. You might as well advise us to watch Teletubbies again, Comrade Colonel. My answer sounds clear and extremely serious. As soon as the Ministry of Internal Affairs Methodology Department sends us the manual, The Living Dead, and methods of fighting them, I will immediately stop messing around. But for now, such horror stories are really almost the only source of information. Well, except for personal experience, of course. And for now, the information from these sources is only being confirmed. The dead rise, eat the living. The devoured die, and also rise. These ghouls do not feel pain, do not experience the slightest human emotion. They want only one thing, to continue eating. Complete destruction of personality and turning a person into a walking, eternally hungry corpse. They finally die only after brain damage. Well, how is this not a zombie from a horror movie? I swear to God, if these creatures started growing long fangs from their gums, drinking human blood and turning into bats, I'd be the first one to rush to the library for Dracula to figure out all this stuff about silver bullets, crucifixes, holy water, garlic, and aspen stakes.
Okay, slow down. You've gotten carried away, you see. The commander puts his palms in front of him in a conciliatory manner.
I thought you wanted to say something to the point. I wanted to, I nod. In terms of equipment, zombies attack like wild animals. Alone, they just try to corner you and gnaw you to death. In a crowd, they surround you, cut off your escape routes, knock you to the ground, and tear you to shreds.
Alone, they're almost not dangerous. They're dumb and slow, but they're very scary.
But if you overcome this fear, then it won't be hard to beat them even without a firearm. Keep your distance, don't let them grab you, and hit them on the head with something heavy.
An axe, a shovel, or a crowbar. With a crowd, it's much worse. Here, you probably won't be able to keep your distance, and you'll have to move very quickly. And you'll need protection. It's not hard to tear regular fabric with your teeth, but Gorka tarpaulin is harder. You can chew on Kevlar until Lent. Hence the conclusion. The equipment should be light but durable, Gorky, or better yet, first-class assault suits, like those we saw from the Germans from GSG 9-1 at Interpolitex #2. Protective shields for the arms and legs, shoulder pads. Helmets with visors and light ones are also possible, jets or motorcycle ones. If without a visor, then tactical glasses, so that the blood and saliva of the ghouls do not get into the eyes. For torso protection, heavy bulletproof vests without plates are best suited. If you throw out titanium, then the weight of the Kevlar package and case itself is about 1.5 kilograms, and the same Korund, for example, also has a collar. How is this not protection? Of course, it will not hold a bullet. Zombies do not know how to shoot like that. Gloves are a must, and not those fancy ones without fingers, but normal, assault, or like those used by airsoft players. If they hold small fragments and airsoft balls, then biting them most likely won't work. Well, that's all for now. Couple 1. GSG 9 is the anti-terrorist unit of the German Federal Police. Couple 2. Interpolitex is an annual international exhibition held in Moscow at the All-Russian Exhibition Center, where the latest developments in the field of weapons, equipment, special means and technology for law enforcement agencies are presented. Well, there is sense in what you said. Lvov nodded his head in agreement again. Let's think about it. Does anyone else have any ideas or thoughts? None? Well, then let's continue. Glavok has set the following tasks for us. Moscow, Kaluga Square, March 21st, Wednesday, early morning. The city was pressing from all sides. It was causing a feeling of panic, boundless horror. I won't lie, it took a lot of effort not to give in to it. I haven't felt anything like this for a long time. Perhaps since the winter of 1995. In Grozny, I remember, it was very similar. And I won't lie, it's hard to say when it was scarier. Back then, I was a green kid, not really knowing or able to do anything. And Grozny seemed to be looking straight into my soul, with thousands of bottomless black burkles, broken windows, and from each of them, at any second, a short burst of automatic or machine gun fire, or a sniper's bullet, could fly. The dead city was hunting for living people. What was happening in Moscow now looked different from the outside. There were no buildings destroyed by artillery fire or multi-day fires. Street lamps were burning and windows of houses were glowing. Advertising billboards were blinking and shimmering. At first glance, everything was normal. But only at first glance. And only at first glance, because the city was already different to the ear. Instead of the usual noise of a waking metropolis, the wail of sirens, the roar of diesel engines of army armored vehicles, and gunfire could be heard from all sides. Yes, the shooting was not as intense as it had been in the capital of Chechnya, and the calibers were not as impressive. But, on the other hand, there was no war in Moscow after all, although there was a state of emergency declared yesterday evening. And there was something else. Something that was not even in Grozny. Over Moscow, as if an invisible cloud,
An all-pervading fog, enveloping and enveloping everything around, hung a human scream. Thousands, tens of thousands of people screamed at the same time. From pain, from fear, from hopeless premortal anguish. This scream was not so much heard as simply felt. It was like an ultrasound, hitting the brain, pressing on the psyche, causing almost physical pain.
The city was also already dead, and also hunting for the living. Only the weapon of this hunt was much more terrible than a bullet, a shell, a mine, or a fragment. Corpses, covered in their own and other people's blood, walked along the streets of the ancient capital with a leisurely swaying gait. Empty shells that were people not long ago, and now turned into nightmarish monsters from children's horror stories and horror films. Into eternally hungry and merciless ghouls hunting for the living. Zombies. Death itself was inevitably and inexorably striding through Moscow. I had already guessed that things were going really badly even before we arrived at the scene. According to the original plan, our entire platoon was supposed to arrive at the regional police department on 2 Urals and 1 BTR-80, block it in both directions, and carry out an action to prevent entry. In short, the classic, hold them and don't let them in, adjusted for the madness unfolding around them. But before we even got to the ring road, my mobile phone started vibrating silently in my pocket. Aha, on duty again, which meant either news or briefings. And it was unlikely to be anything good. And that's what happened. Borya, listen carefully. Uncle Sanya's slightly distorted voice boomed in the receiver. There's a new task. 1 Ural and the armor are leaving for Nikitsky, and you and yours go to Kaluga Square, to Zhitnaya. Something strange happened there. Briss hashtag was guarding them all day yesterday, and about an hour and a half ago, they received some kind of order and took off in a crowd. Now, the only guard there is a dozen valiant peps from those who didn't have time to run away. As far as I understand, they would be happy, but there are already enough ghouls in the square, you can't jump out. Briss is a humorous alteration of the name of the OMSN MVD, Riss. Wait, Uncle San, what the hell are we there for if everyone who could has already fled from there? You're asking me? The usually calm and friendly duty officer suddenly barks. In my heart, I don't know. Why are you so angry? Oh, don't ask. The major's voice is pained. According to all the rules of putting the unit on alert, you need to establish contact with everyone. Well, with our superiors and with the local civil authorities. I got through to the MOB ## communications center in Lubertsy, and there was some girl operator there. She was crying and saying, "Uncle, they've all gone crazy. They're eating each other. They're banging on the door from the outside." I said to her, "Honey, who else is normal left besides you?" And she said, "First someone was shooting in the corridors, and then 3 UAZs drove off somewhere." She waved to them through the window, but either they didn't see her or they just didn't want to come back. MOB, Public Safety Police. Oh shit, it just blurts out from me. That's what I'm talking about. The duty officer sighs. I ask, "How are you? Are you all right?" And she says, "Yeah, they wanted to eat me too, but I broke free and locked myself in. They bit me on the leg, true, but only a little bit. It barely even bleeds. Can you imagine? It's a disaster." I summed up mercilessly. "The girl is finished." "Well, I don't know," he agrees, "but you can't tell her that." I say, "Be patient, my daughter. I'll tell the guys now. They'll come in 2 or 3 hours and help you out." But the son of a bitch, his throat just catches in his throat. "Well done, Uncle San. Everything is correct. You shouldn't have deprived her of hope." "Okay,
I understand everything. Now I'll signal to Sova and to Kalushskaya. Yeah, and give him a slap on the back of the head from me. Make him turn on the phone, the idiot. I used the car radio to contact Anton, who is riding in the lead Ural, and convey to him ardent greetings from the duty room and recommendations regarding the mobile phone, and then tell him about the new order. Antoka drawls thoughtfully. It looks like morning has begun at the collective farm. Where did they take the cats? Okay. The main thing is to stay in touch, and if anything happens, yell louder. We'll come and help you out. Likewise, I snort in response. It's not yet a fact who will have to bail out whom. On this optimistic note, we each went our separate ways. I was finally convinced that things were going badly as soon as we drove out onto Kaluga Square. It was enough to take a look at the garden ring, dead in every sense. What does "in every sense" mean? Well, it means, first of all, from the very intersection with Bolshaya Yakimanka and all the way to the Crimean Bridge and the overpass behind it, barely visible in the pre-dawn darkness, there was not a single car in sight on the ring. No, it's clear that the morning rush hour was still a long way off. But this wasn't the outskirts of some Tumutarakan, but the very center of the capital. This wasn't Nizhny Boduny. This was Moscow, the port of 5 seas, the city that never sleeps. However, the roadway couldn't be called empty either. There was traffic on it, after all, pedestrian traffic. And it was eerie in its unnaturalness. The living dead were limping along the ring, in some direction known only to them. And there were so many of them that at first I was taken aback. Somehow, I didn't expect the disaster to have reached such proportions. I understood that things were probably not so great, but I still hoped for the best. It seems in vain. There were also plenty of dead people in front of the gates and along the high cast-iron fence around the white, huge glass-windowed building of the Ministry of Internal Affairs on Zhitnaya. Only here, they weren't going anywhere. They were simply standing like a living, or rather dead fence, along the parapet lined with polished stone slabs. No less than 1,000 ghouls were simply standing and staring through the openings between the thick peaks of the fence, which were too narrow for them, at the dark building without a single luminous window. And, interestingly, there were no living dead people at all in the square around the Lenin monument. Yeah, I get it. So, there's simply nothing that attracts the dead in the square, so they gathered around a place that has something interesting for them. Although, if we proceed from their very one-sided interests, then there's most likely someone there. Living people. When the powerful headlights of the Ural illuminated the crowd of zombies, some of them behaved rather strangely. No, most of them didn't react at all, either remaining standing as they were, or turning around, stupidly staring at the approaching truck with their terrible dead eyes. However, about 15 or 20 of them quickly dashed away from us across Kaluzskaya, towards the nearest houses. That's how it is. It seems that some are starting to get smarter and are hiding from possible danger. Oh, that's too bad. At this rate, if not to the level of a human, then at least a monkey can get smarter, God forbid, of course. On the other hand, what kind of a monkey are they, even if they develop to the level of pack predators, like the same wolves? That's more than enough for us. It'll be a total disaster. As they say, experience all the delights of a driven hunt. Again, these smarter dead people seem suspicious to me. Something was wrong with them. Although maybe I imagined it. A bright light in the surrounding darkness, sharp, long shadows. And that's why the proportions were distorted. In any case, it's time to decide how we're going to enter the yard. I mean, how is clear. Through the gate, there's simply no other way. All that's left is to find a way to open these gates, which, if my sclerosis serves me right, not only open from the central control panel in the local duty room, but are now also tied with a thick chain on a huge, where did they even find one like that, barn lock from the inside, and propped up from the inside with 3 small anti-tank hedgehogs, for greater reliability probably. Fortifiers, damn it. Although against stupid dead meat, quite effective. Until this same meat learns to climb fences. Okay, that's it. Now we've finally arrived. The powerful bumper of the Euro practically ran into the bodies of the zombies, who didn't even realize that they should have moved a little to avoid being crushed. But from above, I could clearly see another reason why the zombies didn't want to move away from the fence. More precisely, there were many more reasons, about 3 dozen if I can guess, almost completely gnawed skeletons lying in puddles of congealed and frozen blood among scraps of crusted rags that had become like a steak in the light night frost, which had recently been close. What happened here? No, we in the OMON, of course, are far from white-winged angels, but I simply don't believe that the guys from the Lynx could shoot civilians running to them from the hungry, walking corpses for help, and that they were simply left to die behind a fence, too. It is only in the fantasies of various liberal human rights activists, with their brains long gone askew, that the entire OMON is a crowd of bloodthirsty mutants, who only want from life that raw human flesh be chewed and washed down with blood. Again, it seems to me that we have already been pushed off this honorary pedestal. Those same zombies, of which there are upon the dozen, and who really do not want anything else. But despite all this, there are still gnawed skeletons. Here they are. I can see them with my own eyes. The nearest one is no more than 10 meters away. You can almost touch it. Okay, first we need to drive into the yard, and then we'll figure out what the hell happened here. I take the miniature intercom handset off a special mount on the back wall of the cabin. So guys, I'm kind of tired of hanging around here, but I don't want to let this whole pack into the yard with us. I suggest we clean up a bit around here first. The guys, who can see everything going on around them through the small, closely barred side windows of the Kung, not much worse than I can, express their complete agreement with a general hubbub.
It is difficult to make out who is saying what exactly. The microphone and speakers in the device are weak, but the mood is quite clear anyway.
Work through the windows, both upper hatches and, if possible, through the small window near the front door. Don't open the doors themselves. Well, just in case. Although they are high up, some of them here already know how to run fast. We might find out that they have also learned to jump well. Shoot only single shots and only in the head. No point in wasting bullets. We don't have a ton of them. Well, it's a shame that only 1 out of 10 soldiers in our squad have laser designators and collimator sights. And they promised to issue them to all personnel. But these promises remained promises, as did the sworn assurances to rearm the entire OMON from old Makarkas to Yerrigan pistols, and the stories that instead of 74ths, they would issue AK-103s to everyone. They promised us a lot of things.
But okay, it's a thing of the past. What can you do now? They issued underbarrel tactical flashlights to everyone. And that's enough. Thin, blindingly bright halogen beams hit the crowd, illuminating the melted, lifeless faces, I can't bring myself to call them faces, of the zombies. Literally a moment later, shots began to ring out loudly and indiscriminately. In the cabin, despite the closed windows, a sour smell of burnt gunpowder filled the air. The first of the second time, the ghouls who died collapsed into the frozen, dirty snow slush on the asphalt like dummies. The dead crowd around began to move, and the zombies began to awkwardly wander away on stiff legs. Yeah, so everyone here already knows what shooting is. And they also understand what it threatens. Bad again. More proof that these creatures are getting smarter. It's just unclear why the headlights were enough for some, while the others only began to understand when the shooting started. And those first ones, the smarter ones, moved much more quickly and nimbly. Only questions, damn it, and no answers. Well, it looks like I was right when I told Bada. No one will write us manuals. We'll have to find the right answers ourselves. In addition to the zombies slowly but purposefully wandering in different directions,
Those holed up in the building finally responded to our shooting. An elderly man of about 50, looking like a kolobok with a lush mustache, squeezed through the half-open door of the central entrance, comically shuffling his short legs, rushed to the gate, clutching a kizuka with the butt folded back in his hands. The color scheme of the uniform on the man greatly resembles our OMON Night 91, only the stripes of the pattern are not horizontal, but vertical. Well, yes, the entire special regiment of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the protection of buildings now wears exactly this blue sedge. When he runs up to the gate, the captain's stars on the shoulder straps become visible. "Who are you?" the captain yells, trying to shout over the already dying down shooting and snorting engine, while looking around the area through the AKSU sight. Damn it. It turns out that this is what had to happen for our hamsters, from the Obozazdash to finally remember why the motherland gave them weapons and how to handle them. Obozazdash, a separate battalion for the protection of buildings. "Peresvet OMON!" I shout, slightly lowering the side window of the cabin. "They've been sent to help you. Open the gate. We're tired of hanging around here." "Yeah, I get it. Just don't let these ones near the gate." Like a Chinese dummy, he nodded his head in agreement, and opening the padlock with a key, he muttered something into the radio sticking out of his jacket's breast pocket, and then began to quickly pull one of the hedgehogs aside. As he pulled the third one aside and hurried towards the door, the gate slowly began to slide to the side along the guide rails. "Let's go straight to the porch." I nodded to the driver to indicate the proposed parking spot, and then picked up the intercom again. "When we stop, everyone to the car, and don't let any creatures slip through the gate after us." The answer was the sound of the doors of the box truck being thrown open and the rumble of boots on the asphalt. My guys didn't need to be taught to guard the perimeter around a stopped vehicle. True, this time there wasn't even much need to bother. Almost all the revived dead had already realized that they had little chance against a Kalashnikov at such distances. About 10 at most, apparently completely stupid even by their zombie standards, trudged after the Ural, but before they could take 5 or 10 steps, they each got a bullet in the head. The rest hobbled to the very center of Kaluga Square and huddled around the pedestal of the Lenin Monument, where they settled down in a sort of infernal demonstration. No, it seems I slightly overestimated their intelligence. They had enough brains to move away, but not to hide. When the gates were back in place, the mustachioed captain again wrapped them with a chain, and Gumarov and Soloka helped him put the hedgehogs back in place. "Well, how long are you going to stand here, like 3 poplars on Plushika?" Fear is clearly heard in the mustachioed man's voice. "Follow me inside. These people are attracted by the sight of living people." There was no need to find out who exactly these were. You'd have to be waist-deep in wood not to guess. Besides, even in the morning twilight it was visible, albeit poorly. How from Sadovi, and from the Crimean Bridge, and from the transport tunnel down Zhitnaya, and from Bolshaya Yakimanka, and from the exit from the Oktyabrskaya metro station, and Leninsky Prospect, with Shabalovka. Clearly attracted by the sounds of gunfire, more and more dead people were pulling themselves up to Kalushskaya, one by one and in groups. The captain is right. There's no point in being outside. We'll see the dead almost as well through the tinted glass windows of the first floor as we can from the porch. But they won't see us. "Listen, Captain, why are you trotting around the yard with a machine gun and hauling heavy things? Is it really true that there wasn't a single sergeant for this job?" "Oh, stop making fun of me." He waved him off weakly. "We'll go inside now. Take a look at my personnel, and you'll figure it out yourself." And indeed, having squeezed through the frame of the now switched-off metal detector and found myself in the foyer, I immediately understood everything. Death Battalion, damn it. 5 young ladies in blue camouflage and large rectangular chevrons. Special Regiment of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia on the backs of their jackets. Age, from 20 to not quite 40. Ranks, from junior sergeant to ensign. To put it mildly, they all look so-so. Scared, noticeably pale even in the semi-darkness faces, circles and streaks of mascara running from tears around the eyes and on the cheeks. Amazons. Your mother from the town hall. Valkyries. They'll recruit, damn it, from an ad, and then have to suffer with them. On the other hand, what's surprising?
Service in a special regiment is nothing. Sit on your ass and press the button of the turntable, having first checked the ID of the person entering. But the salary is the same. I mean, also none. Few of the men who get jobs in the Ministry of Internal Affairs go there. Even in the OVO or PPS, they earn much more. And the staff needs to be staffed. So they recruit only women there, whom no one really wants to take into other departments. Yeah, noticing my reaction, the captain sighs understandingly behind me. And those fucking arkarovtsi from the links drove off. They had orders, you see. They left 5 machine guns and 2 boxes of ammunition for them. What's the point? The last time I shot a kalash was in the army, when I was doing my conscription, in fucking 78, and an AKMS. And my girls, they've never even held one in their hands. We had shooting practice with the Kedr, albeit once a quarter, but we did, and with these... Oh, what can I say? I barely opened the zinc. I sweated 7 times before I remembered how to do it. Well, the zinc standing on the wooden ammunition box actually looks like a very hungry giant grizzly bear chewed it up and spat it out. It looks like the mustachioed one had been torturing it for a long time and had been tormented by it himself. Look, the handle of the special opener that is put into each ammunition box is bent, like a rocker. A giant, damn it. A mighty barbarian. Although, I'm ashamed for my colleagues too. They abandoned this poor guy with 5 women, and even the zinc boxes couldn't help him open them. But I have no time to feel sorry for him now. Okay, stop complaining about your bitter fate. Tell me instead, what kind of bastard fed the civilians to the dead? What civilians? Even without being a professional psychologist, you can tell from the frightened, bulging eyes of the mustachioed man that he really doesn't understand what this is about. The ones that are lying gnawed in front of the fence, I say, adding metal into my voice. If I'm going to stab them, then to the very, fillet part, in short. What are you talking about? The captain's voice trembles with both fear and indignation. These aren't people. Well, or rather, they were people once. But they came here as these... dead, in short. Stop messing with Grandma, I say, not slowing down. Zombies don't eat zombies. Look, they're practically walking arm in arm with each other, and there's no... With these words, I turn to the window to sweep my hand around the square filled with dead people and freeze with my mouth open without finishing the sentence. Because in front of the gates, 4 dead men, who have just arrived from the tunnel on Zhitnaya, right before my eyes, drop down on all 4s and join the dead men my guys shot 5 minutes ago. And they start to gnaw on him in a businesslike manner. What a number. I thought that the dead men had complete peace, friendship, chewing gum among themselves. But it turns out that they don't disdain only living people, but also each other. A classic situation from the series Feel Like an Idiot. And it turned out awkward with the captain. I understand everything. I was wrong. I apologize. Oh, come on, what can I say? The captain waves his hand wearily. You obviously haven't crossed paths with them much yet. And I've been admiring this whole mess all day, evening and night. It was all right while the special forces were quartered here. But when they were torn off somewhere, it was a real nightmare. My girls held out at first, but now they've started to cry. They've created such a mess.
You could go into hand-to-hand combat with these creatures, just so you don't have to see their snot. And these ones, yes, they eat their own dead. Well, those who are dead for the second time. Well, damn. In short, you get the idea.
If you shoot this scum for the second time, then in 2 or 3 minutes his own people will be giving him a good thrashing,
Holy shit, give me 2.
was all I could say. The captain nodded thoughtfully in response, and quietly, but with feeling, let out a long tirade of obscenities. Then he took a crumpled pack of Winstons from his pocket, and shaking one cigarette out of it, lit it, and took a deep drag with obvious pleasure.
Will you have some?
He handed me the pack.
No, thank you, I don't smoke.
I shake my head in response. Listen, how did it happen that there's no one left here except you? Well, with the gatherings, everything is clear, they have orders. But where are the rest? After all, no matter how you look at it, there should be a crowd of people hanging around here. The duty shift in the DC, the signalmen there, and all sorts of other sobbers are employees of the Special Purpose, Special Forces, previously called SOBR. By the way, since January 2012, all Special Purpose Special Forces have been given back the name SOBR. There's no one. The mustachioed man waved his hand languidly. Some slipped away, on their own in the hustle and bustle of quiet sadness. Some were drafted into the reinforcements yesterday. You wouldn't believe what it got like yesterday. They armed office lieutenant colonels and colonels with machine guns and drove them out into the streets. Believe it or not, the armory is empty. Just empty pyramids. They even took everything out of the shooting range, except for the training pistols, which, damn it, are bored out and don't fire. And where did the junior officer disappear to? I am sincerely perplexed. Junior commands, like that old army joke. A general running in peacetime causes laughter, but in wartime it causes panic. Everyone's where, the captain chuckled. Some ran away, along with the weapons and special transport entrusted to them. Some were eaten. Some are now wandering around outside with a wooden gate. And some are still fighting. For example, the signalman from Lynx brought us a speaker and microphone from the station in the duty room here last night. We heard so much during the night. Why aren't you listening now? Honestly? Fuck. My interlocutor looked around at his subordinates, who had become quiet but seemed to have perked up a bit after our appearance. I'm tired of the same thing. Nagatinsky Zaton police station, almost all personnel either died or deserted. Presnensky UPM urgently requests help. Northern Medvedkovo police station. We're screwed. 3 people are left alive, barricaded in the duty station. And so on all night. No amount of nerves would be enough to listen to people dying there. Well, somehow the story Uncle Sonia told me about the mob telephone operator came to mind. Damn, if he, a seasoned and experienced man, was affected. What can we say about these girls who were scared to death? But all my experience, first in the army, and then in the OMON, my whole nature just stood up on end at the sight of the switched-off radio station. If he were my subordinate, he would have gotten the full treatment already. But he is older in rank and years. In a word, you need to be gentler. Oh no, colleague, you need to be in touch all the time. You never know. Andruka! I nod to Burov in the direction of the disconnected transceiver with a microphone and a small speaker, most likely taken from a computer, that are on the office desk, obviously taken from some office. You worked in communications in the army, right? Can you figure it out? As easy as pie, he nods calmly. Andre was doing his conscription as a signalman in the intelligence service of Uncle Vasya's troops. And if there's one thing they know how to teach there, it's teaching. What's learned by heart in the army can't be burned out of your brain with a hot iron. So if he says he'll do it, he'll do it. By the way, why didn't you run away?
I turn to the captain again. On what? He twists his lips in a sad smile. On those 2 official 14ths that were left in the courtyard. I'm the only one who knows how to drive, so even if all 6 of us squeezed into this little box, it would sit on its belly. And those things are standing outside the gates. If we hadn't crawled through them, we'd have gotten stuck, and that's it. Hello, write letters, send parcels. It's all good for you in the Ural. You just have to wash the wheels afterwards so they don't stink. But a Zhiguli is not a Ural. We would have definitely dreamed of an Ambek.
Then again, while it was possible to escape, the guys from Reese were still here. I suspect they wouldn't have understood. And it's not clear how it would end. You'd run away, and then they'd also slap a charge of desertion on you. Well, that makes sense too. It's really hard to say how it will all end. There's shooting practically everywhere. Submachine gun fire, muffled by the distance, and occasionally louder roars of something obviously large caliber, like turret-mounted KPVTs, can be heard from the Kremlin and from somewhere across the Moscow River. Most likely from Stary Arbat, where the general staff is located on Znamenka. And they're shooting on Shabalovka too. And that's just what's nearby. Further on, the shooting merges into a continuous, unlocalizable roar. Who knows? Maybe we'll fight them off. And this middle-aged man who, judging by the ring on his ring finger, is clearly not keen on being the scapegoat responsible for everything. Punishing the innocent and rewarding the uninvolved is something we love and know how to do. You could say it's a national pastime. Okay, enough of the lyrics. Let's take a quick tour of your domains and see what's what. Conducting reconnaissance of the area is always the first thing any normal commander does after deploying his personnel. See everything with his own eyes. Touch it with his own hands. Mark the lines of defense. Identify weak spots in it, because you never know. I don't really like to find out that zombies have climbed over a fence somewhere and found an open door, at the moment when they all show up in the lobby to eat us. But my fears turned out to be in vain. All the doors were securely locked. The windows of the first floor were closed from the inside with armored shutters with narrow loopholes, which were not visible from the street because of the light plastic blinds covering them. Finally, having quickly estimated the schedule, I posted 3 observers, 1 on each side of the building. Fortunately, its layout is as simple as can be. A square is a square, even in Africa. We can keep an eye on the facade ourselves somehow, but we can't leave the flanks and rear uncovered. Walls are walls. Armored shutters are armored shutters. But supervision is still necessary. In short, after an inspection that lasted almost an hour, I was able to confidently make an unambiguous conclusion. The weakest point in our defense is the huge tinted windows of the vestibule overlooking Kaluga Square. But this weakness is quite relative, because we are sitting in this very vestibule, as they say, armed and mortally dangerous. It even became somehow offensive, honestly. Such a strong point, almost a fortress. Although, in the current conditions, a fortress without any almost. A high fence, strong walls, windows covered with bulletproof shields, our own artesian well, autonomous power supply. For the undead, who can't even throw stones, much less shoot, it's an impregnable stronghold. And for all this wealth, there are as many as 20 garrison members, 5 of whom are women. Let's be completely honest with ourselves. They're of no use. If they don't get in the way, that's good. Boryen! Borov, sitting near the radio station, waves at me. He apparently turned off the speaker so as not to add unnecessary worries to the women, and now sits, lounging languidly in a large leather chair on wheels, with headphones on his head. And the chair is not simple, genuine leather, polished wooden armrests. He obviously stole it from some boss's office,
The rascal. When did he manage to do all this? Although, judging by the fact that Saloka settled down next to him in an almost identical, well, maybe a little simpler chair, they raided the neighborhood together. And our cunning Hohal can find anything anywhere. Even snow in the desert. Even salted pork fat in the middle of Muslim Chechnya. For them, Ukrainians, it is probably written in the gene code. Look, Andrei reports bravely. I connected and configured everything. I established contact with our guys at Nikitsky. They're in a total mess there too. But it's bearable for now. Oh, and here's another thing. Someone got in touch a couple of minutes ago. They're asking for the senior guy. I look questioningly at the captain. I see, judging by the expression on his face, he doesn't like to voluntarily take on the duties of commandant of the Melanovka garrison and part-time scribe. Absolutely not. Well, hard times call for hard decisions. Sighing, I walk to the station and take the headphones from Burov at the reception.
Who's on the line? Introduce yourself formally.
The unknown interlocutor abruptly takes the bull by the horns. Oh, how? No, of course I understand. The dead have risen and walked the earth, the apocalypse, the end of the world and all that. But no one has cancelled the rules of radio communication yet, and therefore it is forbidden to transmit names, surnames, ranks, and other official information on the air. Or is it already possible?
And who are you?
This is something my interlocutor certainly did not expect, and it seems, was slightly taken aback by my impudence. A stifled laugh grunted in the earpiece. Colonel Garkusha Oleg Stepanovich, First Department of the Directorate A of the FSB of the Russian Federation. Will that do? And now who am I talking to?
Damn. My mother told me when I was a child that my tongue is my enemy. Here once again I am convinced that nothing has changed since then. Got into trouble again.
Let's hope that the gigolo Ratherdash turns out to be a normal guy, without any extra quirks. Alpha is not a police underground. These won't whine pitifully. They will put it to you themselves, if necessary, so that you will run to look for the fifth corner of the house. Alphonse's is a humorous nickname for employees of the FSB Directorate, Alpha. Sorry, sir. Ensign Groshev, OMON Main Directorate of Internal Affairs for the Moscow region. Podolsk or Posad? Posad. I see. Is it your armor that is blocking Nikitsky Lane now? Yes, sir. Why deny it if it's clear from the tone that the colonel already knows everything without my answers? And he asks questions more for the sake of form, and to start a conversation. Smart guys, well done. So Groshev, are you fighting on Zitnaya? Well, right now we're not fighting anymore, we're just sitting quietly, and so, yes, we are. That's good. We have one little idea about your little house. In short, saddle up your equipment and head to the State Duma. Let's chat.
I can't, Comrade Colonel. I have only 1 Ural for the whole gang, and if I get to you in it, the rest of you, if something happens, won't even have anything to get out of here in. So, it's better if you come to us. This time, Garkusha does not hold back, and laughs loudly and heartily.
No, Groshev, I heard that you and the OMON are crazy beyond your rank. But to such an extent, a whole colonel should fly on tiptoes to the ensign. Didn't you go crazy in the attack? You can tell from his voice that Oleg Stepanovich wasn't offended. He was just joking. That's fine. Then he's normal. Without any extra cockroaches in his head.
So it's you who has some kind of idea about us, and not the other way around. High doesn't go to the horse.
Got it. You riot police horse. With balls. You've talked me into it, you talkative one. Expect guests in 10 to 15 minutes.
Got it? Over and out.
The colonel did not deceive me. 15 minutes later, my portable ICOM began to hum with the voice of Gumarov.
who was sitting on guard at the window on the 4th floor, overlooking Bolshaya Yakimanka. Altai 11 to the 2nd post. On the line, there are guests from the Kremlin, 2 units. Show-offs. The latter, of course, is not according to the regulations. But I fully understood Timur's emotions when, from behind the chapel of the Kazan icon of the Mother of God, standing in the corner of the yard, slightly blocking our view of the intersection, 2 Chevys rolled out at once, a 4-wheel drive SUV Tahoe and a minibus Explorer. Both were metallic black, both were tightly tinted, really showy, just creepy. You can't forbid living beautifully, the captain chuckles into his mustache. That's true, I agree, and turn to my subordinates, scattered throughout the hall. So, Russian military threat, general rise, and everyone into the yard.
We'll let the guests in and keep an eye on them so that no one offends them. The guys, adjusting their unloading vests as they went and adjusting their machine guns more comfortably in their hands, headed out into the street. And what about us? One of the captain's charges squeaked pitifully. You don't need it. Stay here. Cover our rear if anything happens. Oh, damn, what am I saying? These guys will probably cover for me. They won't go out on the street even under threat of death. I can see it on their faces. But there's no point in offending the young ladies. Let them think that we're giving them an important task and not removing it from under our feet so that they don't get in the way. We don't care, but they're pleased. Look how they've perked up. They're correcting "syuchas," as if they're getting ready. I see one of them is even smiling slightly at something of her own. Lord, it's your will. Why the hell do I need this kindergarten, this nursery group?
Where should I dump them? Meanwhile, the Tahoe is already about 30 meters from the gate, and a crowd of dead people prevents it from driving any closer. Just like our Ural a little earlier. The smarter ones are already running wild in different directions, but the shots and fresh twice dead have attracted new ones from all sides who haven't learned anything yet. Never mind, we'll teach them a lesson now. It's quick with us. There's no need to explain anything to my guys. They line up in a sparse chain behind the gate and begin to slowly, carefully, and methodically shoot the nearest zombies right through the bars of the fence. This is a good fence, after all. Standing behind it, you can shoot at the ghouls as if they were plywood targets in a shooting gallery, and they can't even get close. And even their eerie gaze, unimaginable for a living creature, doesn't seem so scary from here. Although, if there hadn't been this metal fence between us, it's unlikely that we would have been able to maintain such calm for long. What's more, I suspect that we would have all lived right up until the first shift of stores. In about 2 minutes it was all over. As they say in the Caucasus, whoever ran, ran, whoever was killed, was killed. We didn't initially have the task of killing the entire crowd, which, by the way, had grown quite a bit since we first saw it. Again, we had to save ammo. So we cleared a space in front of the gate for the arriving Chevros. And off we went. When the gigolo's cars parked on the space by the porch, next to our truck, and the gates were closed again, the guests began to get out. The first to jump out of the Explorer, like Jack in the Box, were 6 fighters, who immediately split into 2 troikas and very skillfully took control of the entire yard. Serious guys, no words, and they look stern. Black suits, light anti-fragmentation body armor under shoulder belt systems, almost the same as my business trip, except that they were not olive, but also black. And black Altians with lowered visors on their heads. RPS pouches are tightly packed with magazines, pistol handles stick out of thigh holsters, and clearly not Stechkins or Yadigins. I can't see well from here. But they are definitely some kind of import, either Glocks or Ches. In their hands, also not homespun Kalash, but short assault submachine guns Vitias. I've only seen them twice in real life.
at Interpolitex, and during the big show-off at the common base of the Dolgoprudny detachment and Bulatman. I look at them and envy them with a crystal-white envy. And not only, and even, let's be honest, not so much because of the fancy guns and cool gear, but because of how well these guys are trained. And it's obvious, from everything, from the way they move, the way they hold their weapons, even from their gestures and general demeanor. Pros, of course, we're not exactly Shtibast either, but we still have a lot of training to do to reach that level of coordination. And a Bulat, Special Purpose Special Forces of the main Directorate of Internal Affairs for the Moscow region. After one of the fighters gives the clear signal, the front passenger door of the Tahi opens and a very remarkable man easily jumps down onto the asphalt. He is not exactly tall, about 1.80 meters, but his shoulders are broader than not only me, but also, perhaps, Tisov. If large and broad-shouldered men are called wardrobes, then this one is more like a sideboard. He may not be very tall, but he is wide enough for two. He is dressed exactly like his subordinates, except without the vityaz, and his helmet is not on his head, but hangs on his chest, attached by the chin strap to the shoulder strap of his bulletproof vest. The man has a short haircut, silver-gray hair, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow in color. He has a strong chin, gray steel eyes, a look like Aggie with a squint, and a scar across the entire right cheek. Moreover, it is clear that the surgeons clearly tried to somehow straighten out this ugly furrow, but did not succeed much. Apparently, the guy got it pretty good once. What is noteworthy is that from under the shoulder straps of the armor and unloading shoulder straps peek out with 3 large stars. Did Colonel Garkusha really decide to come himself? When the guest comes a little closer, I straighten up slightly and straighten my shoulders, imitating an attempt to stand at attention. Comrade Colonel Ensign Groshev.
Comrade Colonel Captain Filipochkin, the captain, who had fallen slightly behind me, reports in turn. Oh, damn, we've been sitting under the same roof for almost 2 hours now, and I haven't even gotten around to meeting the mustachioed guy. Colonel Garkusha, unlike us, Oleg Stepanovich doesn't have a machine gun, but he also doesn't have a headdress, so we did without saluting, replacing them with firm handshakes. I don't understand something, comrades. The colonel's eyes showed irony. How did it happen that, while the ministerial captain was still alive, the senior officer at the facility entrusted to you was, for some reason, a riot police warrant officer from the GVD? I am thoughtfully silent. Filipochkin is also mumbling something. No, it is clear that, in essence, he has nothing to say, but he can at least lie something plausible for the sake of decency. He needs to help out his colleague.
We, sir, discussed it and decided that in a combat situation, it would be better for the one who has more experience in this matter to lead. The captain agrees with me with relief. Ah, Garkusha drawls with a serious voice, but smiling broadly. Then it's clear. Okay, hosts, why freeze outside? Invite us into the house. Chapter 5. Central, Southern, and Southwestern Administrative District. March 21, Wednesday, morning, afternoon, and evening. Listen, senior, I think there's shooting over there. The beardless conscript sergeant sitting behind me lightly nudges me in the side with his elbow. I carefully push the driver's shoulder with my foot, lowered into the commander's hatch of the armored personnel carrier. Whoa, Zorka, turn off the engine. Indeed, the sharp-eared sergeant was not mistaken. From the arch of one of the old Stalin-era buildings, of which there are so many on Leninsky Prospect between Kaluskaya and Gagarin Square, muffled shots are heard. Judging by the sound, a Kalash, very sensibly cutting off short bursts of 2 rounds, and something hunting. The shots are not exactly panicky, but frequent, so help would not hurt. Okay, let's get together. Branya, into the arch. Ural and Paz buses are still outside, waiting for the signal. The 80, roaring with diesel and spitting out blue exhaust, quickly rolled into a spacious courtyard, and, crushing a low metal fence with its wheels, stopped in the middle of a children's playground. An ordinary old courtyard, trees, benches, still half hidden by dirty, melted snow. rows of parked cars. The driver's door of one, a brand new, glossy X-Trail, is open, and the windshield is covered with a thick network of cracks and covered in blood. Next to the car on the snow is a dirty bloodstain, scraps of clothing. Yeah, signs of the new times, damn. Well, and, of course, zombies. A decent flock, no less than 50, huddled together in a crowd and rushing as if to a buffet into the wide-open doors of one of the entrances, near which, by the way, a bus is parked, an ordinary white and green Liazé bus. Even the signs with the route number and stops are in their places, and it is from this entrance that the shots are heard. Okay, listen to my command. First, we kill everyone outside together. Then the Oman goes inside and fights its way to the living. Taman covers the rear and holds the perimeter. Questions? According to ancient army tradition, there were none. Then let's get to work. And the rescue group of the Central Evacuation Point number 1 began to work. To be honest, the news that Alpha Soldier Garkusha gave us upon arrival made me feel really uneasy. It turns out that our situation is not as bad as I thought. It is much worse. The Moscow Main Internal Affairs Directorate has ceased to exist as a single unit.
Too many people were lost the day before, because no one really understood what was going on. Entire police departments were stupidly destroyed when the detained dead were brought there. It is mind-boggling how many people the zombies managed to bite before any information about how dangerous they were got out. And in the evening, entire platoons and even companies were called in from the region for reinforcements. So what we got as a result was a crowd of zombies in police uniforms and a slightly smaller, but still a crowd, of deserters, who, having realized what was going on, rushed off, some to save their own families and some to rob in the confusion. Yeah, so our valiant ministry, and at the same time the entire public, have come back to haunt us for our wise personnel policy, when they recruited anyone they could into the agencies, just to fill the holes in the staffing schedule. It was clear before that almost half of these young and healthy men, who are not yet 35 years old, and who have served in the army, are banal young street thugs, greedy for money and power, who came to the police exclusively for an ID, which, in their opinion, gave them the official right to gut drunks and extort tribute from street vendors. I feel like we'll get into more trouble with these handsome guys. An almost verbatim quote from an advertisement for recruitment into the police force that was shown in the Moscow metro in the early 2000s. No other requirements were made for candidates. But even the fact that we had already effectively lost Moscow, and the most we could do was to evacuate as many civilians as possible, was not the worst news. The worst thing was that a similar pandemonium had already begun in almost all major cities. And it wasn't just Russia.
The internet was still working, and according to the colonel, the World Wide Web was overflowing with messages and videos about the risen dead. They had already filled the streets of Berlin, Paris, London, Washington, New York, Los Angeles, Beijing, Delhi, Cairo, Rio de Janeiro, Europe, Asia, North and South America, even Australia. The data for Russia was also disappointing. The epidemic had begun in all Russian cities with a population of over 1 million, and in a good half of the regional centers. And there were concerns that the appearance of zombies in the rest was only a matter of time, and a very short time at that. In short, we had nowhere to expect help from. Everyone on the ground was busy with their own problems. The situation was made especially charming by the fact that since the state of emergency was declared in Moscow yesterday evening, there has been no information from the official authorities. It feels like all our valiant servants of the people have simply packed up and fled in an unknown direction. And if the absence of politicians in this case could be ignored, then the missing military leadership has added quite a headache. Now, efforts had to be coordinated at the level of, at best, department heads and brigade commanders, division commanders, or even regimental or even battalion commanders. Complete allays. But they have already managed to agree on some things. For example, on the creation of several evacuation centers for civilians, like the one the Ministry of Internal Affairs building on Zhitnaya has now been turned into, and the formation of joint rescue teams from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, FSB, Ministry of Emergency Situations, and military personnel.
Poor Filipachkin never managed to wriggle out of the job of commandant of the snow fortress. Garkusha appointed him senior over 2 platoons of conscripts from some gray battalion of the internal troops and several doctors from the Ministry of Emergency Situations. He assigned simple tasks: to receive incoming citizens, conduct an initial quarantine, and temporarily accommodate them. Fortunately, the building on Zhitnaya is large, and if you squeeze in, you can gather more than 1,000 people there. Of course, there will be conditions, far from the Hilton, but given the circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone will be picky. Are there strong walls and a roof over your head? Water and a toilet available? And they were even going to set up some hot meals. At least the World War II had a field kitchen with them. Besides, no one except the garrison will have to live there for long anyway. After the quarantine, the rescued people are planned to be centrally transported from Moscow to refugee camps, which have already begun to be deployed in large military units of the region. A couple of bus depots have already been put under arms for the removal. In short, as the translator Goblin once correctly noted, albeit on a different occasion, and only the stupid military had everything in order. You couldn't have said it more accurately. The units of the internal troops of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation are tacitly divided into 2 types. Gray SMVCH, Special Motorized Military Units, also known as Mentabats, in which soldiers serve in police uniform, and green, in which the personnel wear camouflage. The green ones are usually somewhat better trained, for the reason that the gray ones simply do not have time for combat training. They pretend to be PPS officers on the city streets. Vevri, servicemen of the internal troops of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Garkusha considered it too wasteful to leave me and the guys in charge. He divided my personnel into 2 groups of 7 people and filled us with conscripts, army men and their armor. Now we, 2 troikas of OMON and me in charge, reinforced by a dozen soldiers from the Taman division with a sergeant at the head and with an armored personnel carrier, having received in addition to our Ural 2 Pazis, proudly call ourselves Rescue Group No. 1 of the central evacuation point of the city of Moscow. In fact, of course, it's complete Makhnovshina, but how it sounds. And now our group has its baptism of fire. And the Tamanites immediately distinguished themselves, and after my command they poured out of the armor in unison. "Where the hell?" was all I managed to roar before the zombies closest to us paid attention to them. And here it became clear what the difference was between shooting dead people from behind a strong and high fence and confronting them in the open. Even I, who had already seen the frisky dead first in Ivanteevka and then on Kaluga Square and what is called, was stunned on this day by the speed with which they rushed in our direction. The Tamans were clearly confused, which, in fact, is not surprising at all. In order to instantly react to a suddenly emerging threat, experience is needed, and considerable experience. I remember during the First Chechen War, during the cleanup in Shali, either a huge Caucasian shepherd was set on us, or he himself broke loose from his leash. Remember my reaction very well. I stood and watched in horror as this shaggy crocodile, weighing almost 80 kilos, ran to devour me. I watched with all my eyes. I even forgot that I was holding a machine gun in my hands. And if it weren't for our Contra sniper, Genka Kabibulin, that beast would have gobbled me up. And so, the valiant Taman, with its snotty sergeant at its head, looks now exactly the same as I did then. And the role of Genka in this madhouse clearly falls to me. Contra, also known as cricket, also known as double bass, is a serviceman serving an extended period of time under contract. Fire! I command my men, although there is no particular need for this. The guys themselves understand perfectly well what is required of them. But hitting the heads of the nimble corpses when they are less than a couple of dozen meters away is not an easy task. Bullets tear clothes and flesh. Bloody shreds fly from the zombies in all directions, but they stubbornly continue to move forward. How and when I managed to jump off the APC and, throwing the confused sergeant behind me, stand between him and the ghoul who had rushed forward, I myself did not understand. But I still managed. Well, in life I would not have considered him an opponent, nor would I have paid any attention to him on the street. A typical drunken, chronic, greasy sweatpants, a stretched-out t-shirt of an indefinitely dirty color, now covered in blackened, dried blood, a sickly chest underneath, skinny, bony arms covered in gray prison school bags, disheveled piebald hair. In short, while this loser was alive, I would have disdained to give him a slap on the back of the head. But after death, he turned into a more than serious opponent. In the moments that remained to me, I managed to see a surprising amount. For example, the drunks suffered surprisingly little. Most of the zombies I saw were a little bigger, a little smaller, but gnawed. But this one was whole, and the blood on his chest was clearly someone else's. Look, the entire lower part of the muzzle is smeared with it, and there is bloody drool hanging on the fangs. It's disgusting to look at. Stop! On the fangs? Your mother. This creature has a smile worse than a Rottweiler. Man was foaling specials. Arlong based one har, Nardit. Partak, criminal slang. Tattoo. At that moment, the zombie makes an incredible jump, almost impossible, even for a living person. In an instant, reducing the distance between us from very close to right next to me. No matter how fast he was, I hadn't yet drank away my reflexes and managed to give a short 3-round burst. But I didn't manage to guess ahead of time, and so the bullets, instead of smashing the ghoul's skull, hit him in the stomach. For a living person, this would have been more than enough. The zombie, it seems, didn't even feel the hits. He just slowed down a little and fell, not exactly on me, but slightly short of my target. Dexterously, like a monkey, the dead man landed right in front of me, grabbing the machine gun with both hands. But Ensign Volodya was right. He's tenacious, the bastard. Really like a bull terrier. You can't shake him off. Damn, this scumbag weighs 65 to 70 kilograms at most. Where does all this strength come from? Or do zombies' muscles also change? Like cats or monkeys, they're not particularly visible, but they can do things that humans never dreamed of. For example, like now, they can knock a healthy man to the ground who, if you count his equipment, weighs almost twice as much as this former drunkard. All this nonsense flashes through my head like a crazy kaleidoscope as I fight the ghoul. Time seems to have slowed down, becoming like the slow-mo mode that has become so popular in Hollywood action movies lately. Even the sounds around me have become muffled. The roar of machine gun fire and the guys swearing seem to come from under the water. My field of vision has narrowed, and I can only see the bony fingers with rings tattooed on their unnaturally gray skin, clinging to me, and the disgusting mouth filled with long, sharp fangs. The ghoul is clearly trying to get to my throat. I press my chin to my chest. In this position, the lower double polycarbonate visor creates at least some protection, and I try to force this filth away from me with my own machine gun.
Yeah, right. It looks like you need a good jack to tear this creature away from a person. Oh, come what may. It looks like there's nothing to lose, damn it. Letting go of the machine gun, I throw my left arm forward, bent at the elbow. The ghoul eagerly bites into it. Right, twice for you, bastard! The fangs helplessly scrape along the shield covering my forearm. What the fuck? It can't bite through.
With my right hand, I rip the pistol out of the hip holster, throw down the safety catch, and cock the hammer to the firing position. Well, old man, don't let your master down. I press the barrel to the beast's temple and pull the trigger. There's a real bang. The limply shaking head, the dead man instantly goes limp and falls off me onto the asphalt. Without getting up, I roll right under the wheels of the armored personnel carrier and finally catch my breath. Your mother. Slow-mo is an abbreviation for slow motion. What? A cartridge in the chamber is a violation of safety regulations? Go to hell with your safety. All the laws of common sense have gone to hell here. The dead are resurrected and are chasing the living, with the aim of having a hearty snack, and you're telling me about safety regulations. Although, with a loaded cartridge there is always a serious chance of a misfire, I agree. But then you can still shoot with one hand. Otherwise, how would I be able to cock the bolt in such a situation? No way. So, a 50% chance of success is still better than none. Looking around, I realized that while I was lying on the ground, with the zombie drunk, everything around me was almost over. The few corpses still standing on their feet, each to the best of their ability, were scurrying in different directions. But it seems to me that they have little chance of escaping. The most frisky and aggressive guys were shot, and the rest are barely walking. I scrape a little snow mud mush off the asphalt with my gloved palm and try to wipe off the clots of blood and threads of zombie bloody drool that have stuck to my visor. A moment from the movie 28 Days Later immediately pops into my head, where just one drop of infected blood, unluckily landing right in the eye, was enough for a nice and good-natured big guy to literally turn into a predatory, merciless creature in just a minute, almost devouring his own daughter. I involuntarily shudder. Brrr, how disgusting. Borean, how are you? Only then does it dawn on me that Burov, who has jumped off the armor, has been shaking me by the shoulder for several seconds. I try to answer, but I can't squeeze out anything coherent and only giggle nervously, completely inappropriately. Are you okay? Having collected myself, I nod and, gratefully grasping the outstretched hand, stand up. My knees are weak. My muscles are noticeably shaking from the excess of adrenaline. Uncle, the sergeant, who was much more frightened than me, sniffled like a child. Thank you. Remember, kid, I point my index finger at his face, frowning sternly. Once more, and never again. Do you understand me? Despite the somewhat confused nature of the phrase, judging by the expressions on their faces, not only the sergeant understood it, but also all of his subordinates. That's great, then, let's continue. I repeat the disposition. OMON is clearing the entrance. The troops are holding the outer perimeter. How I fought with that creature. Did everyone see? I cast a stern look at the conscripts. Yes, sir, they report. A little in disarray, but in unison. Don't even try to do it yourself. You don't have the necessary equipment, nor the knowledge or skills. Oh, damn, I blundered. Relevant skills, damn. You'd think that all I do every day is engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies, just as part of my morning exercises. On the other hand, an order should sound logical and convincing, and how true it is a separate question. Did I kill the ghoul? I did. Do I have a helmet, with a visor and shields on? Yes. And what about the Taman? The Taman doesn't have anything, just regular SSH 68-1, and old bulletproof vests over the standard Army 3 color, too. Well, it all fits together. SSH 68, Army Steel Helmet, Model 1968. A regular Army helmet, Although a helmet is for builders, all that is in the army is a helmet. Peresvet is a standard Russian army camouflage flora. We didn't have to go into the entrance. Inside, first a machine gun cracked 3 times sharply, then a 12-gauge boomed once in a bass voice, and after a few seconds someone loudly asked, "Hey, outside! Can we go out?" Yes, easily. Well, initially, when I heard the machine gun, I expected something like that, because a law-abiding and respectable citizen would never have an automatic weapon. I guessed right. The appearance of the 2 young men who cautiously came out of the entrance is very typical. To be honest, they have the most gangster-like mugs, what can I say? One of them has an old paddle in his hands, with a pretty scratched butt and an almost white receiver cover, also known as an AK-74 machine gun. The other has a smoothbore hunting carbine Vepr. My hands somehow reach for the machine gun, on their own. Instinct, damn it. Such guys make me nervous when they are next to me, and especially when they are armed. They, seeing my reaction to them, clearly do not experience much joy either. So we stand there for a few seconds, boring into each other with wary glances. The situation is suddenly relieved by a small, gray-haired old woman in a headscarf and an old but clean and neat little coat, who looks out from the entrance to the street. "Vanyusha, grandson, can we go out already?" "Wait, Granny, how can I tell you?" The thug with the boar answers her with sincere tenderness that is completely at odds with his nose, which is broken in several places, his square jaw, and his wolfish, sideways gaze. Are there families in the entrance? The machine gun I had let go of hangs freely on my belt. And the neighbors, the second bull, the one with the Kalashnikov, responds and chuckles, seeing the surprise in my eyes.
"We, damn it, grew up in this building. We know everyone. Everyone knows us. How can we abandon them?"
There you have it, a living confirmation of the old hackneyed truth about deceptive appearances. But at least one more point in this situation requires clarification. Where did you get the machine gun from? From a camel, its owner snaps. But, apparently understanding the reason for my interest, he immediately corrects himself. It's from old stock, hidden away back in the late 90s. Take a look for yourself. Coming closer, I take a closer look at the oar extended to me. Well, it seems he's not lying. The machine gun has a very characteristic appearance. When a weapon lies somewhere for a long time without proper preservation, just wrapped in oily rags, for example, it seems to fade. The color becomes as if it was sprinkled with fine, fine dust, plus rust, and other signs that immediately catch the eye of a person familiar with the matter. And the machine gun had no brands, no stamp of the manufacturer, no year, no number. Everything was carefully etched with some kind of acid. Well, what you can be sure of is that a couple of buys did not take this machine gun from some policeman or soldier. It clearly lay around for many years somewhere in the attic, garage, or basement. In principle, owning it is illegal in any case, but given what is happening around, did you bring the bus? I studied to be a bus driver at the Putiaga. Remembered a few things. The one who was Vanechka, grandson, did not deny and nodded at the bloody Nissan. In our trough, much would not have fit anyway, and Boban, the cardboard fool, did us a favor. They told him sit inside and wait. No, he decided to play Rambo. And they ate him and ruined the car. Almost new. Damn it. Donkey. Spitting in the direction of the bloodstain left by the heroic Boban. The bandit, grunting slightly, squatted down and pulled out a very cheerful-looking TT from under the X-trail.
"It will still come in handy."
He looked at me defiantly,
tucking the pistol into the front of his belt. "Don't shoot yourself in the nuts, Ranger." I grin, having made a final decision on their account. "How are you with the ammo?" "So-so," the bandit Vanechka admits honestly again. "Got it. Timur." I turn to Gamarov.
You are good men inside, even though you are bandits. Well, cop, you're something. The amazed Vanechka throws up his hands. I didn't expect that, damn it. And what will you tell your boss if they ask? They probably won't ask, I wave my hand dismissively. And if they do ask, I'll say I gave it to the local self-defense unit as a sponsor. Well, thank you, Vanechka extends his strong palm to me. I didn't think I'd ever meet such a cop. The main thing is that you get the people out. I respond to the handshake and move closer to the entrance door. Citizens, run to the loading area. We'll cover you. It seems that the couple of thickheads did not lie, and they really decided to take out the entire entrance. At least, no less than 40 people got into the bus under our supervision. Men, women, old people, children. All with some bundles and bags, and even with 2 cats. Boar. Soloka, who had come up to me, quietly whispers in my ear,
Didn't you go too far with the cartridges?
I don't think so, Andruk. I shake my head. Look around. It's not just the cartridges here. It's time to hand out machine guns for free to everyone who wants them. Otherwise we won't cope. Andrei shrugs skeptically, like, you know better, whatever you say. Well, is that all? Is it finished? Asks the Taman sergeant, who has slightly come to his senses. Before I could answer him, a window opened on the 3rd floor 2 doors down from us, and a professorial-looking man of about 50 waved his arms at us, attracting our attention, and shouted, "Young men, military comrades, is it possible to get us out somehow? We can't do it ourselves, those guys are standing there on the stairs." "Oh, no, Sergeant, we've only just started here," I grinned. "Okay, everyone's here. Same routine as before, let's get to work." "Attention students, a rescue operation is underway in your dormitory." SGU Ripstprogram 1 is a good thing after all. No need to shout. 2 powerful speakers, attached to the Luna Bergram number 2 on both sides of the APC turret, will do everything for you. We ask you to remain calm and composed. Quickly gather the most essential things and documents with you. To avoid accidental injuries, lie down on the floor immediately after the start of the cleanup. Do not get up or leave your rooms until further notice. Number 1 Hauer Amberiusted, SGU, also known as Quacker, a signal loudspeaker installation. Number 1 Hauer Amberiusted Luna is a powerful searchlight mounted on the turrets of armored personnel carriers and infantry fighting vehicles. Yeah, we're really cool now. We have the SGU and the speakers, and the train has grown to 6 different buses, on which we take rescued civilians to the evacuation point. The main thing is that now we have some kind of action plan. Now we don't just randomly circle the city streets. I have a large-scale map of the area on my tablet, on which I mark the houses we've checked. Everything is as it should be. Socialism is accounting. Where did the firewood come from? Ooh, that's a whole other story. To my surprise, and to his own it seems, Filipochkin turned out to be a more than decent commandant. While we were gone, he managed to get a ton of stuff done. He set up perimeter defense with the VATs, coordinated with the Justice Ministry guys sitting in the building next door, who were completely invisible and unheard of at first, and organized a primary quarantine in the assembly hall for civilians arriving at the evacuation point. In case someone hit a bite or something. When I asked him where such a sensible idea came from, the captain just shrugged and muttered under his breath. I also watched Dawn of the Dead, and I know how sloppiness can end. What's more, he even set up a registration of those arriving. I mean, a sort of population census. The guys in the B Directorate, formerly Vimpel, are serious. If they promised, then so it will be. During the conversation with Oleg Stepanovich, I myself honestly told him about the cartridges given to Vanechka and his partner. Because information is such a thing. If you don't tell it yourself,
It can surface without your participation and desire, and moreover, at the most inopportune moment. And it will certainly be understood and perceived incorrectly. So, it's better. Guys, I'll do it myself. The colonel literally fell silent for a moment, and then in the tone of a philosopher reflecting on the frailty of life, he said, "Yeah, even bandits have their favorite grannies." Don't worry, Groshev. A group of competent people have had a meeting and decided to cancel the idiotic order for civilians to hand over their weapons. No one is following it anyway. Moreover, it was decided to open several nearby mobilization warehouses and organize the distribution of SKS carbines and submachine guns to the population. Old ones, like PPSH and PPSH. Fortunately, there is still plenty of this stuff in the motherland's storehouses. By the way, about cartridges, how are you doing with them? 2 ammo boxes for each fighter, and 8 boxes in the armor. Already open, just come up and load the magazines. Normal, not enough. The gigolo disagrees with me. Don't skimp. We have a lot more bullets than people, so we'll spend them. We've organized a delivery to you on Zitnaya and to the other evacuation points. From your warehouses, the Moscow region GUVD, a sort of Centropovos Hartbuck in miniature. Besides bullets, there are some other tasty things there, so don't deny yourself anything. Centropodvos is a special department of the Ministry of Defense, created to deliver cargo to garrisons in the Chechen Republic. A typical Centropodvos column is 100 to 150 trucks protected by armored vehicles, and if necessary, helicopters. Right after the conversation with Garkusha, I got out my Revive mobile and contacted Tisov. Thank God, everything is fine with them too. They were removed from the main Directorate of Internal Affairs building several hours ago, and now they, together with the guys from Centropas and Leader, are quickly, one might say, at a waltz pace, setting up almost the same evacuation point as ours, only smaller in size, on Triumphalnaya Square. If I understood his explanation correctly, then in the house that is directly opposite the Mayakovsky monument, in principle, a normal choice. The house is isolated, like an island in the middle of the garden ring. The layout is the same as the Ministry of Internal Affairs building, a square. True, almost half of the walls there are display cases.
Solid eating houses, il patio, Rostiks, and some sushi bar and American grill to boot. The full set, in short. Anton says that now they are covering these shop windows with steel sheets. I can imagine this picture. Antoka is standing there screwing a piece of iron to the wall with one of his huge hands, and with the other he is chasing away a zombie from his, back. It's like a joke about the Chukchi National Toilet made of 3 sticks. Having wished him not to overeat free rolls with French fries and lasagna, I hang up. Centrospas, Central Air Mobile Rescue Squad of the Russian Emergencies Ministry. .2 Leader, Center for Conducting Special Risk Rescue Operations, Leader of the Russian Emergencies Ministry. The Emergencies Ministry's own special unit, designed to conduct rescue operations in especially dangerous conditions, for example in a military conflict zone, now family matters. I called my parents and sister last night. My father is a retired officer. I didn't have to explain anything to him for long. I just told him briefly about everything I saw the day before. Told him not to stick his nose outside, to stay home and wait for me. My ancestors are people of the old school, the kind who met Gorbachev's madhouse called Perestroika on the Central Asian outskirts of the Union, that collapsed like a house of cards, with all the consequences. In short, on subcutaneous reserves. If the water and electricity are not turned off, they will last at least a month,
as if on a submarine on an autonomous voyage. Plus, my dad, like me, long ago came to the conclusion that, in the time of the wolves, you need to be ready to live by the laws of the wolves. And back in the late 90s, he received permission for a hunting rifle, although all his life he was fond of fishing and only went into the forest for mushrooms.
So, for 10 years now in my parents' apartment in the small Moscow suburb of Oshaniki, a safe has been hiding in the corner behind a wardrobe. And in it, not bothering anyone, there is a Tozy double-barreled, vertical, and a civilian version of the Simonov carbine. That is, a regular Army SKS, only without a folding bayonet knife. Considering that my father retired not from a high headquarters, but from the office of a motorized rifle battalion commander, I don't have to worry about my parents' lives in the near future. As for my sister Tanya, who, in fact, for many is already Antonina Mikhailovna, a respected married lady and valuable employee of 29 years of age, and for me, like 20 and 25 years ago, she is simply petty. God did not deprive my sister of a smart head either. She immediately got it, that her brother is not so Petrosian to entertain himself with such tales at 2 in the morning.
I took his word for it. And I was also going to look it up on the internet to see what was what.
Hello, sister. How are you? Are you alive?
I barely have time to ask the question when I immediately run into a 5-minute monologue on the topic.
What horror I've experienced in the last few hours, while you, the scoundrel, were doing God knows what instead of calling your own sister.
Tony's voice, although slightly frightened, is lively, so everything is fine.
Okay, that's it. Melkaya, two-tap tur. I got it. Ramka's home? Wait a minute. Just you wait. Where else could he be? When you called, I didn't let him go to any work. Officially, he was sick. That's good. Antonina's husband is a good guy who also served 2 years in the invincible and legendary motherland. He didn't fight though. Personally, I don't consider that a disadvantage. But even in the strategic missile forces, you can learn a lot in 2 years if you serve in an anti-sabotage battalion.
In general, he's our kind of guy. One of those who knows what to do on both sides of the gun sight. One question. Is your jalopy running? Why is it called a jalopy right away? My sister is offended for her cozy Mitsubishi minivan. It's on the move. What's wrong with it? How is it in your yard? Are there a lot of dead people? Judging by the sounds on the line, my sister clearly went to the window and pulled back the curtain. About 6. They're barely moving. Listen. When will the soldiers come and shoot them? Just yesterday they promised on TV to bring in troops, and today all day long they've been singing songs about how everything is fine and that they're about to get control. But I haven't seen a single soldier on the street. Ramka wanted to shoot at the dead from the balcony, but I didn't let him. You never know. They might even sue him. Do we need that? They won't sue. It was in vain that I didn't give it to them. In short, everything is bad toss. The banners aren't waving, the drums aren't thundering, and the mighty Red Army isn't rushing to help. Someone is still trying to do something, like us fools. But this is already agony. Let them continue telling fairy tales on TV. That's their job. But in reality, everything is very, very bad. And the further it goes, the worse it will get. So, kick your Roma. Let him get the Saiga out of the safe. And fight your way to the car. Just be careful in the entrance. All we've been doing since early morning is getting people out of their houses. A dead creature like that will stand on the stairs and that's it. Consider the entrance blocked. If there are no weapons, then no one will come out, and no one will come in. And that's in the best case. And in the worst case, there will be even more ghouls on the stairs. So, carefully leave the apartment and break through to the car. Oh, and tell Ramka to put on as much as possible, well, I don't know, 3 layers of jeans, an old down jacket, and a leather jacket on top.
gloves on his hands, the thickest ones there are. The point is that he won't get bitten. And if he does get bitten, they won't bite through. A person, if you look at his teeth, is not a predator. He's an omnivore. And you can't tear several layers of thick fabric with your teeth right away. Got it? The sister confirmed that she understood everything. That's good. So task number 1 for you is to break through to the car. And then immediately go to Peresvet, to my detachment. They know both of you there. They won't leave you outside the gates, and I'll come back there. Got it? But no buts, Melkaya. I'm being completely serious. A plump polar fox has arrived. If you don't get out now, you could get stuck forever. It's quieter there, on the outskirts, as I understand it. But in the center, a real apocalypse.
Dead people in the streets. Just some kind of hellish mayday.
Do as I said, then you'll stay alive. Just do it very quickly, but very carefully. That's it. I don't have any more time. Yes, there really is no more time. It's time to get down to business. Next in line is the DAS, the House of Postgraduate and Student, the MSU student dormitory on Schwernik. The young and smart will soon be in high demand, and in great shortage, because they have little chance of getting out of such a mess on their own. Then again, there are a lot of girls there, and this will soon become oh so important. Who has the best chance of surviving now? That's right, those who are armed and know how to use them. That means the military and other security forces. And who, when all this pandemonium is over, well, provided that it ends in our favor, will all these soldiers, our Tamanians, establish demographics? Laughter is laughter, but the question is serious, and it needs to be resolved immediately.
Okay, we can think about the eternal later, but now it's time to get the students out.
So, listen carefully.
I look around at the quiet conscripts, to whom I am addressing myself. There is no need to explain such basic things to the riot police, and so now, while we are conferring here, my guys are standing guard.
The layout here is as simple as a moo. In the center of the building is a staircase, from which 2 corridors branch off in opposite directions. The corridors are straight, without bends. We will act like this. We occupy the landing, one group holds the flight that leads up, the second one of the corridors, and the third one clears the opposite one. Then we clear the second one. We give the command to all living people to leave the rooms, and we lead them out of the building. The first group at this time does not allow a single ghoul to come down from above, and so on, floor after floor, from the bottom up.
These creatures are coming for the noise, which means the higher we go, the easier it will be. First they will go down, and then the first group will meet them on the stairs. Let's work. The armored personnel carrier and buses drove up, almost right up to the entrance to the right building, forming a kind of improvised wagon fort around it. We'll need almost everyone in the building, and we'll leave only 2 conscripts to guard the rear, the driver and gunner of the armored personnel carrier, and our helmsman, Vitka Ugrimtsev. Therefore, the equipment, which creates an improvised but high wall between us and the dead approaching the dormitory from different sides, is very useful. Wagenburg, also known as Gulye Gorod, a medieval field fortification consisting of shifted carts with sides reinforced with special shields. From such carts, it was possible to quickly create a protected perimeter of any shape on the ground. We passed the first floor very quickly. There is only a large elevator hall, now closed administration offices, some utility rooms, most likely the air conditioners of the local mechanics, electricians and plumbers, and a grocery store, on the open doors of which the prints of bloody palms immediately catch the eye. Actually, it was in the store that we found 3 zombies at once, a middle-aged saleswoman in a blue robe and a badge on her chest, and 2 young guys, well, or rather ghouls, who were recently a plump-dyed, blonde, and studious boys. On the floor in front of the counter,
On the linoleum soaked in curdled and blackened blood lies a cleanly gnawed skeleton. It was seriously devoured. Neither age nor even gender can be determined. Basically, judging by the small, dirty, unkempt tangle of hair, he's a man. Although, among today's youth, there are plenty of guys with ponytails and girls with shaved heads. Their fashion is, the weirder, the more fashionable. And again, we came across sharp and aggressive zombies. But here, the size of the room was on our side. In a 3-by-6-meter closet, you can create such a density of fire with 5 barrels that no speed will save you. But the noise attracted the dead from the upper floors. Even before leaving the store, we heard the first group open fire. In which I, leaving the lovebirds Burov and Soloka with me, appointed 2 tamans, and from ours, Zhenya Valmont and Timur Gumarov, putting Vadim Melnikov in charge of everyone. He is an old warrior. He will not rush into action unlike his younger colleagues. If they shoot, then it is for a reason. And again, the usual work for the OMON began, clearing the building. A familiar task worked out in many dozens, if not hundreds of training sessions, and then more than once reinforced in practice. So I gave the army men the order in advance to keep their eyes open, remember and learn.
The Taman Division is far from a backwater unit. The soldiers there are trained conscientiously, but they teach combined arms combat tactics, a platoon on the offensive, a platoon on the defensive. All this works poorly against our enemy. Here our developments are more suitable. There is no time for a normal training process, so let them at least study this way, as they say, without interrupting their work. Before leading the groups up the stairs, I found a switchboard on the wall and de-energized all 3 elevators. No, it's clear that the dead wouldn't have enough rotten brains to use an elevator, but stupid accidents can't be ruled out either. Some particularly lucky dead man might hit the call button and then enter the arriving cabin. In short, as long as the elevators are working, there's always the threat of a zombie landing on an already cleared area.
We've never been bothered by such pranks, and knowing that the elevators are quietly hanging in their shafts like dead, de-energized boxes and not rolling from floor to floor, I'll feel much calmer. On the 2nd floor, leaving 5 dead bodies laid to rest for the 2nd time. On the stairs and the landing in front of the elevators, covered from behind by Vadik and his guys, we burst into the dressing room between the corridors. Near the balcony door and the garbage chute, a couple of zombies are scurrying back and forth. These are clearly not dangerous, completely wooden. Their movements are sluggish, jerky, like robots from ancient science fiction films. Their faces are clean. It is clear that these have not eaten anyone yet. Oh, by the way, what an interesting connection. The most agile and vicious, and also having grown animal fangs instead of teeth in my memory, were only the dead covered in someone else's blood and clearly having bitten someone.
Yeah, damn. That ZZZ is not for nothing. Come on, Sasha. Get to work. It's time for you to study. I put my hand on the shoulder of the sergeant whom I finally got the chance to meet. He, clenching his teeth so that the muscles under his skin visibly bulged, nodded silently, and raised his machine gun to his shoulder. One of the privates did the same. The other 4 Tamans were now holding the closed plywood door, leading to the 2nd corridor behind us. 2 single shots cracked sharply. One of the dead men, the one standing at the exit to the balcony, splashed the wall with black blood and gray clots of brain, and collapsed as if he had been cut down. The second, who was hit not in the forehead but in the face, just above the upper lip, did not even react to the absolutely horrible-looking wound, and, only swaying slightly, barely audibly wheezed something and headed in our direction. The private's 2nd shot was much more accurate.
The ghoul was thrown back against the wall and slid down, leaving a brown smear on the beige plasterboard.
Come on, come on. I lightly push both Tamins in the back. You are the first. Learn. We already know how. Or do you think you'll spend your whole lives hiding behind our backs? The sergeant turns to look at us, fear splashing in his eyes. Don't be afraid, Piakota, Soloka winks at him. We won't abandon you. But you really do need to study urgently. Better now while we can back you up, than later when we're not around. The boys, nodding in unison, walk forward in small steps on slightly tense spring-loaded legs, slightly bent at the knees, and we are right behind them. Well, yes, I know, from the outside it looks like we've covered ourselves with these guys, like a human shield, pushing them in front of us, like to be slaughtered. Well, screw you, dear ones.
To be slaughtered is like what they did to those boys from some cop battalion that we saw literally an hour and a half ago near the interchange on Gagarin Square. Or rather, we didn't see the conscript soldiers anymore, but the evil undead they had turned into. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand what happened there. You only need to have eyes to see what was scattered under the feet of a huge crowd of zombies, some of whom were dressed in gray police pea-coats with the chevrons of the internal troops, old, shabby, shock-proof aluminum shields and rubber truncheons. Who did you have to be to do something like that? I, a healthy, trained man, fought hand-to-hand with one revived corpse and survived only by a miracle. And solely because I was incredibly lucky, and I had a pistol with me, and these 19-year-old school children were thrown with one club and against several hundred hungry ghouls. That's what "to the slaughter" means.
And we simply train our Tamans.
I agree, it's tough and very risky, and there's simply no time for anything else. Either they learn as much as possible today, or they'll just be eaten tomorrow. Besides, here in this dorm, the conditions are almost a sandbox. The corridors are straight, with practically no branches. Well, with the exception of 2 pockets,